kept having kids. It was her choice to keep having them. No one owes your sister anything because of the choices she made, especially her sister. OP sounds incredibly naive and honestly needs to grow up. Yes, it's kind to help your siblings, but you don't owe them financial support, especially because you're single and child-free, and not even by choice. This poor lady. The sister is an adult who chose both not to work and to have a large family. I seriously don't understand how some people can say such horrible things to their siblings and genuinely mean it. Never mind that OP's logic is wrong. He's a major idiot just for that comment. Alice is old enough to understand how to use protection. If she's struggling with money at the third kid, then struggling more at the fourth, then why the heck did she get pregnant with a fifth? There's the selfish sibling for you, and it's not Miranda. Wakey, wakey. Alice is the one who seems to expect the rest of the world has to provide for the kids she keeps irresponsibly having. I hope OP is not going to grow up and become one of those you encounter who think that because a co-worker has no kids or is single, they should be expected to put in longer hours than others or cover for others, etc. OP, huge, you are the idiot, and you're in for a rude shock. Someday you will see how much of an idiot you were to Miranda and just how entirely right she was. And worse, how generous she actually is. And you do not seem to care.
We're here for the makers, the snowflakers, and your decorators. Because makers make the holidays special, and helping to make...
My 56 female stepdaughter Beth, 31, is getting married to her fiancé David, 27, next weekend. It would have been sooner had it not been for everything getting shut down. Beth's sister Christine, 27, scheduled her thesis defense to be the same afternoon as the wedding rehearsal. She's doing her second master's thesis for her second master's degree. Christine's husband, Zach, 27, will be there watching her, so he won't be at the rehearsal either. They have 3-year twins, a son and a daughter, but they won't be at the defense, so I'm not sure where they'll be, at the rehearsal or back at the house or not. I know Christine is anxious to get the second degree done after the start was deferred and delayed for a year because she had the twins, but I can't believe she would have her defense on the afternoon of the wedding rehearsal. My husband, 57, doesn't think it's a problem for her to miss it, but I don't think he understands in general how much weddings mean to the bride, and I know Beth wants her family at the rehearsal supporting her. It's been a busy time between house hunting and wedding planning during the global issues, so I understand why Beth wants the support. I don't usually agree with Beth's mother, but in this situation she's upset at Christine too. I'm not sure about her husband's opinion, but I know she agrees with me, so I don't see why Christine can't reschedule the defense and not come to the rehearsal in support of Beth, as she asked. You are the idiot. Speaking as someone in academia, I can tell you that Christine will have had limited control over her defense date. Scheduling a time when all of her examiners and committees would be free can be very difficult. Furthermore, the way you wrote
localized black hole
second in your post, you're trying to make the culmination of a degree
shatter resistant
far less important than a wedding rehearsal.
Sure.
Beth doesn't need her sister at her rehearsal dinner. She'll be just fine. On the other hand, Christine does need to be at her thesis defense. If she isn't or cancels it for a rehearsal dinner, she will not be just fine at all. Maybe try supporting the mother of toddler twins. She is finishing her second master's degree. Instead of being surprised, everyone doesn't express complete and utter horror at the idea of a woman choosing to prioritize.
Bro, when does come about gender?
On a day that isn't even the wedding, and she doesn't even know where said toddler twins will be.
Meteorite impact. The unusually soft, pure ferrite.
So little, she doesn't even know if they need help with the children, so her poor stepdaughter can concentrate and not worry. You are the idiot so much it makes my teeth hurt. I also love my stepdaughter Beth and her sister Christine, like Christine is some sort of add-on to the previous stepdaughter. My brother and his ex were together for 3 years. They were both unfaithful throughout the relationship.
Volcanic.
Quasi Ferris. He isn't the father. Things became even crazier. He had just gotten a significant promotion and was going to be making a lot of money, and he felt like she was only keeping the baby to take his money on the off chance the baby was his. So when the baby was born, they got a paternity test and he was the father. After that, they got into a huge custody battle. She was unemployed after losing her job and living with her parents, and my brother was way more stable than her. He had money, a job, a house, and a nursery all ready for the baby. He also wanted 100% custody. I asked him why, since he worked so much and didn't seem to want the baby throughout the pregnancy. He said he knows the type of person she is, and she thought she would use the baby as a pawn for his money, but our aunt is a family lawyer and helped him hire a top attorney to get full custody. And he got it. When the baby was only like 7 months, he got full custody and never allowed her to see him. She begs and begs and he refuses. He gets happy seeing her so sad. He enrolled his son in daycare every day 5 days a week from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. as soon as he got custody. He's now 3 and still on this schedule. Since getting my license, my mom or I pick him up from daycare and watch him at my brother's house until he gets off work at 8 or 9ish. He then lets him use the iPad until he goes to sleep around 10. Then it's the same routine over and over again. He doesn't even spend time with his son. He doesn't even change his diapers. Once my mum changes him before she leaves at 9, he doesn't get another one until he goes to daycare the following day. The only time he even spends time with him is when he's taking him to daycare in the morning. We watch him on the weekends too, so he can unwind and basically have a bachelor pad. He doesn't even seem to love his son. His teachers, since he was a few months, are like his mother figures. He calls them Mama. He's the first there in the mornings and the last to get picked up. Meanwhile, his mom is begging to see him, since she hasn't seen him since Global Issue began. Yes, I know. And my brother refuses. Whenever my brother complains about being a single dad, I tell him he's not an actual single dad since he chose to be the only parent and spent thousands on top lawyers, and also his son is in daycare every day for most of the day, and he never sees him. He called me an idiot and said I'm disgusting for saying he's not a real single dad and he works to provide for his son. Not an idiot, and I'd call the mom and say you're willing to testify against him if she wants to go back to court. Even with full custody, she should have regular visits. Document everything. See who else in your family cares enough about this child to do what needs to be done. This boy is suffering, and will likely continue to do so unless someone steps up for him. Agree. He clearly only took custody of the child to spite his ex. Honestly, you should report him because he doesn't love his son. OP, you and your family need to stop enabling him by looking after the kid every weekend. If he wants his weekends to himself, the kid's mother would surely be happy to take him. It's so sad that he's not allowing her any visitation. That can't be legal. Also sad for the little boy, not getting any attention from his father. Everyone's the idiot here. You for saying he isn't a single dad. Regardless of if he's in childcare, he is still a single parent. His reasons for being one make him the idiot, as does keeping the child from the mother. Honestly, everyone here sucks except the kid who is being brought into a really screwed up situation.
It's actually a pretty cool Earth-like planet.
Nephew and trying to be a positive influence. Stop tearing your brother down. Yeah, he sucks, but you can do more by remaining in his life and trying to help out the kid. Just play with him and show him love. I have a pretty strong suspicion that if he got 100% custody and the mother doesn't even have visitation, there's probably some decent issues with her. OP, being a teen, probably doesn't have the full picture of their relationship. OP, I get that you have serious problems with your brother's parenting, and that's valid, but you don't get to decide he's not a father because he doesn't meet your standards.
What's the recipe for surprising the kids, treating yourself, and ditching dish duty?
I just don't like anything anymore.
I have a nearly adult son who has a girlfriend and an ex. My son also has a car. So I think you can see where this is going. My son dumped his ex-girlfriend because he began to have feelings for another girl. He spoke to me, and I made sure to tell him to dump her lightly and not to hurt her feelings before trying things out with the other girl. He did, telling ex why she was being dumped. Obviously, the ex wasn't happy. She ended up keying my son's car. I'm talking to the point where it's completely messed up. She carved my son's new girlfriend's name onto the doors and called her names. She also broke one of the windows and poured a soft drink into it. I come home as she's pouring in the soft drink and immediately call the cops. The ex got arrested and had to pay bail. I'm feeling like pressing charges because it's my son's first car and we don't want to spend much money on a new car. The ex's mother came to my house and was full on, screaming that I'm a monster for calling the cops on a black girl and how my son cheated and deserved to have his car ruined. I don't feel in the slightest bit bad for pressing charges and ruining this girl's life because she's acting like a complete psycho. Am I the idiot? Not the idiot. She can be upset all she wants. She doesn't get to destroy someone's property. Her being black has nothing whatever to do with it. Immaturity knows no colour. Judging the mother's response, we can see why the ex thought this was acceptable. Her mom is setting her up for failure, and I'm saying that as a black woman. If you commit a crime, you pay for it. She's old enough to know what she did was wrong, so they better pay for that car. Not the idiot. As much as people like to think so, being cheated on or dumped is not an excuse to damage people's property. If she doesn't face repercussions while she's young, how will this woman learn that it's not okay to vandalize someone else's belongings? Yeah, her mom is part of the problem. OP, you didn't ruin her life. Any consequences she faces are due to her own actions, not you calling the police. Her mother has clearly shown her she doesn't need to take responsibility for her actions, but unfortunately, that's not true. Document the incident well. Something tells me this won't be the last time your son has to deal with her. So, my female 32...
Where's there a black hole, like, in the planet? Jesus.
My half-sister, we both have different moms, same dad. Inheritance was equally split
Oily
between her
coating
and me. My
cobalt.
sister spent her inheritance money in just a few months. She's a stay-at-home mom with 2 kids, and has always had a financial hardship. I haven't touched my inheritance money. I live in an apartment that I inherited from my biological mom in 2016. My sister sat me down to talk about her and her husband's current situation. She said her husband could no longer pay rent and they needed a place to stay. I asked for time to think since her husband and I don't get along. She said it was okay. The next day she showed up with her tone completely changed. She said her husband thinks I'm being manipulative by taking time to think about letting them come, and that my apartment is an inheritance and she's my sister. Therefore, I should share it with her and the kids. She said her husband also says that if I wasn't going to let my sister share the apartment, then I should give my half of my dad's inheritance, saying it's not fair since my sister doesn't work, has 2 kids, and will soon be homeless.
You see, that's when I say no.
No kids and a whole apartment to myself. I was speechless. I opened the argument by saying the apartment was from Mom, and Mom was never related to my half-sister, so she has no right to her inheritance. Also, she already had half of her dad's inheritance, so she can't touch mine just because her husband thinks so. She started crying, telling me to think about my nephews. Again, I parroted her husband's words, saying I had 2 options, letting them move in or giving them support money from my inheritance. I said she and the kids could move in, but her husband? No, he's banned from my place. She pitched a fit, saying she couldn't believe I wanted to keep the kids farther away from them, and I'm the reason they'll be homeless for refusing. Still, I flipped out and said that I'm not, but it's her deadbeat of a husband that she keeps repeating his nasty words instead of holding him accountable for the crappy situation they're in. I told her I wouldn't continue to speak to her since her husband speaks for her. She left after the blow-up. Days later, I discussed this with my stepmom, and she said she couldn't believe I cut contact with my sister only for asking for help, and that I needed to see her soon and arrange for one of the 2 options to be considered.
No.
She reminded me that innocent kids are involved, even if my
No.
can be rude. But I'm standing my ground on letting him into my place after what he said. Am I the idiot?
Absolutely not.
Not the idiot. They said there were only 2 options. They missed the not your problem option. Literally, their financial decisions are their decisions, not your repercussion. Your stepmother can take them in. They can go to a homeless shelter. Stealing your money and taking over your apartment are not options on the table. Yelling at you should automatically equal a door slamming in their faces. If your sister starts parroting the husband, slam that door. They need to deal with their lousy decisions. Not the idiot. You can't let any of them in now. If you let your sister and the kids stay, as soon as you go out, they'll let brother-in-law in and he'll refuse to leave. You won't be able to get him out. Your sister is as much of a leech as her husband. The kids are innocent but have crap parents.
Ooh.
All of them. Maybe OP can offer only to take the kids, or if the kids are older, why don't they temporarily stay at a friend's house? I'm sure they'd still throw a big tantrum either way, since OP isn't giving in to their explicit demands, but that would be the safer choice. Only take the kiddos. I 100% agree that sister would sneak her husband in while OP wasn't home.
For the line crew and the go-getters, there's Granger. Supplies and solutions for every industry, plus 24/7 support and over 250 local branches. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Recap. My husband and I live together in an apartment. I go to work every day at 7 a.m. and by the time I get home at 7 p.m, the lights are on in every room and the water is running in the kitchen and the bathroom sinks. According to him, they're on all day, every day. He's unemployed and I cannot work from home, and we are wasting a lot of money. I've asked him if there's any reason he needs to turn them on all day, but he tells me that it's impossible to turn the lights and water off. When I told him it's not impossible because he can turn them off using his hands, he said, "But you have hands and you choose not to work as a mechanic, so I also can choose not to turn it off." So when
dump them.
I turn them off,
Get rid of it.
he chooses to turn them off himself.
Get rid of it.
About it, he says I'm nagging him and that I should leave him alone.
That's pure insanity.
Wrong, and is his mechanic analogy accurate? He does control things financially. I'm the only one who works because the day we were legally married, he changed, quit his job, and did not respect our living space at all. He insists I give him all the money we have left after paying for the essentials, saying that I'm toxic if I don't, and I don't even have credit on my phone or buy
Just divorce him, man.
He insists on having all the money.
No.
Date? Am I the idiot for wanting my husband to turn off the lights and faucets? So I shared my story about a week ago and you guys told me that he was toxic. At first I was absolutely convinced it was my fault, but it led me to getting help from social services. As a result, I've separated from my husband. The thing is that I do feel quite lonely without him, and I'm looking for advice and guidance in staying strong. He's currently at his parents' place. The main things about him, he says he doesn't love me, he says he hates me, says no one would ever want me. He quit his job and made me pay for everything and do all the chores, which in itself would have been tolerable, except he yelled at me for not doing everything well enough and wasted electricity and water I paid for. My husband doesn't have friends, he's just with his dad, who isn't a big fan of his attitude either. I've talked to his dad. My husband regularly texts me how awful I am and hates me, but I don't read them. I told him not to bother me anymore. Thank you all so much for the kind words. I have my first appointment with the therapist from social services tomorrow, so I reckon that will be helpful. But yeah, I absolutely did feel lonely with him. He was always in the other room, locked door, so I couldn't talk to him or bother him. We didn't even hug because he said he wasn't attracted to me. At least I don't have to be disappointed every day, but I admit that I am lonely and sad. So what can I do to... Wow, that is so wrong. Men taking advantage of women like that are seriously horrible and deserve to be in jail. Keep reminding yourself why you left. The insults, the anger. Don't be afraid to get angry or sad, or even lonely. Just don't let them cause you to break no contact with him. It'll only lead you back down the dark path you've just escaped from. Next, start small with rebuilding your social circle. If there's anyone you've lost touch with since or because of your marriage, see if you can reconnect. Some will, some won't, but at least try. Also, speak to your social worker to see if there's any group acceptable.
Ooh, cave crystals.
It'll take time, but if you stay
Salt and
it'll be a whole new life for you.
Placiosite.
OP, join groups. There are meetups.
Areosite. Estosite.
Go out and meet some people.
Yeah.
There are even friendship apps you can join. It doesn't have to be dating. Just meeting new people and moving on and getting yourself back to some form of healthy and not so isolated. You did the right thing and made a courageous decision for yourself. You deserve so much better, and one day you will look back and wonder how you could ever be okay with the situation you were in. A relationship should be full of love and unconditional support, not insults and violence. Focus on yourself and the things that make you happy, and the good things will naturally follow. You've taken an enormous step toward a better life, and I'm proud of you. Good luck. My fiancée, 26 female, and I, 28 male, are getting married at a destination wedding next summer. The destination is special to my fiancée as she vacationed there with her family a couple of times when she was younger, and it holds sentimental value to her. I was open to the idea since I'm pretty indifferent when it comes to wedding planning, and this seemed like an easy way to check a lot of boxes at once, plus the bonus of my fiancée getting a wedding she dreamed about. Of course, the downfall of a destination wedding is that people might not be able to attend. We expected this and had a lot of conversations about making sure we don't take anything personally if people can't attend. And we're very clear to the people we asked to be in our wedding party about the costs and expectations. A couple of friends I asked to be groomsmen had to decline due to them having young kids, and I get that and respect it. I'm not an idiot. My wedding is not more important than your kids to you. This hasn't been as much of a problem with my fiance's side, as her family comes from money, and destination weddings are the norm for them. In the time we've dated, I think 4 or 5 of her cousins have had destination weddings, but we only attended one of them, and there was no fuss on anyone's part about the ones we didn't go to. My family, however, does not come from money. When I told my parents and siblings about our wedding plans, they all freaked out about not being able to afford it. I get it. My siblings have kids and expenses too. I told them I understand if it's not something they can afford, and while I would love for them to be there, I won't hold it against them if they can't make it work. My parents have guilted me over it a little bit, but have assured me they will be attending. However, they told me that we should all pull some money together, and by all they mean mostly me, to ensure all my siblings and their families can attend. I told them there was pretty much no way I could do that. My 2 sisters got wind of this idea, probably from my mom, and they said the only way they can attend is if I pay for at least half of their trips, for their whole families, kids included. I laughed at that and told them there was no way I would do that, but they said that since I'm the one who decided to have a destination wedding, that it's my responsibility to make sure my family can all attend. I told them that I love them and would love to have them at my wedding, but I'm not funding vacations for their entire family. So I said the only way I would consider it would be if it were just them and their spouses, no kids. They said that excluding their kids was not acceptable. They told me that I'd turned into a stuck-up idiot since I got engaged, and I'm rubbing my fiancé's money in their faces. They accused me of having a destination wedding on purpose to rub it in their faces, and that they can't afford it. Not the idiot. You didn't insist on all of them coming. You gave them an out and an option which they've refused to accept. You're not holding it against them. That's their problem, and your fiancé's money has nothing to do with it. Your sisters are making some wild assumptions about you, and it doesn't sound like you intended to hurt anyone or make them feel excluded. The thing is, you're throwing a wedding that you know your family can't attend financially, but your wife's can. You therefore know that this will be a wedding for your wife's family, not yours. Your family understands all this just like you do. You're pretending it's just one day, and it's no big deal if they miss it. Like you won't be offended, like your feelings won't be hurt. But that's your way of deflecting the point. It hurts them to watch you choose money over their participation in your life. It hurts them to be excluded from the wedding of their close loved one. You are the idiot. Take responsibility for leaving your family out of your wedding.
Why just brush to clean when you can do more? Pronamel Repair.
Two years ago, my husband left me for my best friend after 20 years of marriage, and they got married. As much as I love my husband, his affair wasn't a surprise. My mother-in-law told me that men like him don't stay loyal to women like me on our wedding day. She was right. What hurt the most was the betrayal from my best friend. I loved this woman and considered her a sister. Since then, I've gone no contact with both of them. Any communication regarding the kids goes through a third party. If they're at an event, I don't go there. My kids know this and have respected this boundary. They know not to mention them to me, and we celebrate birthdays separately. The kids are grown up. Recently, when we were all at our house, my youngest daughter, nearly adult, asked me if I was okay with her calling her stepmom Mom, since she said she will have a half-sibling soon. This will make the half-sibling not confused and part of the family. I told her that I was not okay with that woman being called Mom, but she could call her Mom if she wanted to. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean she doesn't have to do it. I won't be mad at her if she calls her Mom. The other kids started getting mad at her, but I shut them down. My mother-in-law called me screaming, saying I was alienating the stepmom, and I should have told my daughter that I was okay with it. I have an honest policy with my kids. I'm always open and honest with them. Just because I do not personally like something they do doesn't mean I don't let them do it. For example, my son has a lot of piercings I do not like, but that doesn't mean I forbid him from having them. Not the idiot. At her age, the kid should understand why you would not be okay with that. Besides, I don't see how the half-sibling would be confused if everything is explained to them, like in any other blended family. It sounds like someone whispered in your kid's ear about the calling the mistress mum thing, because I don't think a teen would think about it on their own. Put 2 and 2 together in this and come up with Grandma stirring the pot more than a bit. Not sure what former mother-in-law's endgame is, but definitely up to something concerning the new one on the way. What is wrong with that kid, though? Why would they call a woman mom who spread her legs for the kid's married father? That's so distasteful. Maybe OP is hiding the cheating from her kids. Not the idiot. You have a very precious and invaluable communication line with your youngest. Being honest with each other, your child asking your thoughts on a sensitive matter and you offering your perspective, yet encouraging her to make a choice that feels right for her, makes you not the idiot here. Consequently, perhaps that same approach would be valuable in asking her why she gave your meddling, vile mother-in-law your phone number. That vicious woman has no place in your life, and that's some audacity she has to be abusive to you about the agency you encourage in your household. Update. I gently asked my daughter why she gave mother-in-law my number. She said because Grandma asked her. I wondered if it was her idea to call stepmom Mom. She said yes. I told her she was more than allowed to call her Mom. It doesn't matter how I felt about it. I also told her that I went no contact with her grandmother for a reason, and she wasn't allowed to give my number out to people I don't talk to. She apologized. Also, about the stepmom, she was my best friend for 15 years and the kids considered her an aunt. When the affair happened, the oldest kid stopped talking to her, but the youngest was very attached to her still. Maybe that's why she feels comfortable with calling her Mom. I, 25 male, have 2 brothers, 27
Still a
and
pretty
19.
shit thing to do.
When I was 17, my older bro decided to spontaneously move out to study abroad and explore the world, allegedly. He kept in and out of contact before eventually cutting contact with us so that he could do things on his own. It was very hard for us. Flash forward, I'm engaged to my longtime girlfriend, 26, and my little brother also has a longtime girlfriend, 19. We hadn't heard from Big Bro, but we'd kind of gotten over it at this point. Until around December 2020, when one night after a small party, my older bro shows up, with a wife and 2 kids. We were all shocked. We didn't know he was married, let alone had 2 children. He told us that he was moving back since he was done traveling and that he wanted his kids and wife to meet his family. I'm not gonna lie, it was really hard just suddenly to accept this whole thing, though I tried. We decided to have a family dinner once he settled down at his new house, and immediately it was a disaster. Sister-in-law didn't like my fiancé, nor my little bro's girlfriend, and would suckingly nag at them and interrupt their stories so she could leave them with her own. I could tell this was really bothering them. My fiancé constantly denied this though and said she was probably just having a rough time. After the dinner, my little bro privately messaged me about how uncomfortable his girlfriend was and how sister-in-law was a witch. I told him that maybe sister-in-law was just having a bad night or had a rough time with the move and that we shouldn't judge her so quickly. I was wrong. For all of 2021, my sister-in-law tormented my fiancé, little bro's girlfriend, and even our mother. She would nag them about their appearances, outfits, cooking, basically anything she could, and then would boost herself up by talking about herself and how good she was at everything. It was annoying. I tried to say something multiple times, but was shot down. Recently, my fiancée got pregnant. She has some fertility issues, and we hadn't been actively trying for a baby, but we were still happy nonetheless because we thought it might never. Basically, anything she could, and then would boost herself up by talking about herself and how good she was at everything. It was annoying. I tried to say something multiple times, but was shot down. Recently, my fiancée got pregnant. She has some fertility issues, and we hadn't been actively trying for a baby, but we were still happy nonetheless because we thought it might never have happened. So we planned a dinner to announce the pregnancy to the rest of the family, our grandparents, aunts, and uncles. At the dinner, we announced the pregnancy. After a few congratulations from family members, sister-in-law stood up from her seat and fainted. When she woke up, she claimed that she was so overwhelmed and upset because she was about to announce her 3rd pregnancy, and we took her special moment away from her. This was the final straw for me. I couldn't hold it back anymore. I immediately started going off on her, bringing up everything she's done within the last few months. I'm not gonna lie, I also threw in some nasty comments about her. Sister-in-law looked stunned, and almost everyone else did as well. My fiancé and I left after. I don't think I'm the idiot, but some family members are on her side and said what I did was unnecessary and I should apologize to her. So, am I the idiot? not the idiot, but how attached are you to your big bro? Is he worth putting up with sister-in-law? Is he worth putting your future wife through it? Does your little brother feel the same way? It might be time to resume maintaining the level of communication that Big Bro said a wife and 2 kids ago. I know people are quick to say go no contact, but this is a guy who showed up a year ago after ghosting for 7 years. Personally, I wouldn't be too attached to the dude who came back with a nightmare sister-in-law, disturbing the life I had built in his absence. Some people are so full of themselves when they're full of crap. Unfortunately, your sister-in-law is one of them. Nothing is prohibiting the sister-in-law from planning another dinner to announce her pregnancy. However, she was rude to usurp attention from your good news at a dinner you planned by fainting and announcing her pregnancy. Yes, I also think she faked the fainting. The way I read this, you planned the dinner, but the dinner was at your parents' place? If so, you should apologize to your parents for going off at their place, but definitely not to the sister-in-law and your older brother. Who stands up to faint? Nobody. The question is sister-in-law actually pregnant? Has this been verified? My prediction, at the fiancé's baby shower, sister-in-law will start crying because of her loss. OP, it sounds like this family wants to race. Also, the fact that my brother didn't even send a marriage announcement or birth announcement speaks about sister-in-law as a very controlling lady, or Big Bro only came back because it was convenient. After all, he wanted the attention.
Experience the NFL.
Big Bro sounds like a bore.
My son is a toddler and only started school full-time this year. My ex has only been to the school twice since our son started on the first day and the last day of his first week. My ex volunteered to pick him up yesterday. Our son's school usually keeps all of the children inside the classroom, and then the teacher will call them out one by one as their parents and guardians come to collect them. So when my ex told the teacher he was there to pick up our son, he was told she would need to contact me before she let our son leave with him, as I hadn't informed the school someone else would be collecting our son today. My ex got annoyed because she had met him before and she wouldn't let our son confirm he was who he said he was. So, in the end, I was called to the school to collect our son. When I got there, she explained that they did this for the safety of the students and that in the future, could I please inform the school if anyone that wasn't me would be coming to collect my son so that they were aware. I said thank you to her because it was great to know that the school took my son's safety so seriously. My ex is angry at me for thanking the teacher and saying I shouldn't have when she acted like an idiot as she'd met him before, and our son would have recognized him. As our son's dad, he thinks he shouldn't need my permission to collect his own son, and he was angry at me for coming to collect him instead of just insisting the school let my ex bring him home. He went on and on about it and told me he would be changing our son's school since this was never where he wanted to send him and he was the one paying for it. I told him he was just angry because someone didn't just give him what he wanted like he was used to. Am I the idiot? You knew he was picking your son up at school and forgot to call and let them know. When the teacher called, all you had to say was, "Oops, sorry, it slipped my mind. Yes, my husband is supposed to pick the child up today." Instead, you made him look like an idiot, giving the appearance he was there unauthorized by showing up and retrieving your son instead. You are the idiot. Everyone hears stories of kids being nabbed by relatives from daycare. Why didn't you call ahead to warn your ex was showing up? Are you sure you weren't trying to inconvenience him on purpose? I'm hoping no, as that would make you a bad parent for causing your son to deal with that situation so young. Next time ex volunteers to pick up his child, be more grown up about it and tell the school.
Yeah, what they said.
Welcome to r/anti-work, where people quit their jobs in the most spectacular fashion. And before we start this video, I realized that r/anti-work sounds like a kind of boring and dry subreddit, but trust me, some of these stories are chef's kiss delicious. Good evening, OP. I was reviewing the cameras from our shift today, and I noticed that you were sitting on a stool for the majority of your shift. This is completely unacceptable behavior, and we'll be discussing it tomorrow before your shift. I cleared it with my team lead. I have 2 broken bones in my left foot. This is doctor documented. Aside from that, I packed over 240 units per hour for the entirety of my shift for 12 full hours. I'm not sure if you're aware, but we do have a ranked list for packing displayed directly above our stations. My efforts earned me first place today. So, just to be clear, my impressive performance was overshadowed by the fact that I wasn't uncomfortable enough while I was doing it. I'm really not appreciating your attitude. You could have just said the first part where you cleared it with your lead instead of being disrespectful. This type of behavior isn't going to get you anywhere here. Hey, thanks for wasting my precious off time with some garbage that you didn't bother to investigate beforehand. Seriously, over 240 units per hour packed. What you claim to be the pinnacle of performance there, I achieved it. And I got grief because I was sitting while doing it? You guys need to get your priorities straight. It's no wonder that you have such difficulties retaining staff. I'm not concerned with going anywhere with you. This is a toxic environment with ignorant people at the helm. I won't be in tomorrow or ever again. We don't need to rush to you leaving. Let's talk in the morning and we can sort this out. No thanks. Have a good life. Oh man. I feel like most people fantasize about quitting the way that this guy quits. Also, what's so annoying about stuff like this is if one of your employees is sitting on a stool when he's not supposed to, and he gets literally first place performance for that day, then my response wouldn't be, "How dare you sit on a stool?" My response would be to let other people sit on a stool too and see if that improves performance, because is the objective to get your employees to pack as many things as possible, or is your objective to keep your employees miserable and suffering? Because based on the boss in this text exchange, it sounds like bosses care more about employee miserableness than about productivity. Hey, Becky canceled on Saturday. I'll need you to come in and cover for her. That is not my problem. Saturday's my day off, and I've been working 8 days straight, and I really need a break. I'm sorry, we're short-staffed. I need you. I'm not coming in, so... You have to. I'll see you Saturday. No, you won't. I'm not coming in, and you can't make me. Are you sure you want to do this? You really want to put your health insurance on the line? What are you gonna do? Fire me? I know that you're short-staffed after Hunter and Paige quit last week, and you're already short on bartenders. I do not accept that type of attitude. Last chance. I'll see you Saturday, or I won't see you again. Did you really just leave with health insurance? Whatever, I'm done with this. You can consider this my notice. I've had enough of your BS. I've told this story once or twice on my channel, but this very similar...
Download this app today. Get it today in the App Store.
Notion still continues to be the easiest way to just get information centralized somewhere and then shot out to somebody else. And for us, that's extremely important because half our team is remote and distributed. It's been super efficient for us to communicate across time zones.
Oh my god, bro.
Thing happened to me. I got fired completely out of the blue from my previous job, and the way my health insurance worked to that company was it extended out like to the end of the month, and they fired me on the very last day of the month. So I went into work that day thinking I had a job, thinking I had health insurance, and then by the end of the day I didn't have a job and I didn't have health insurance because it canceled that exact same day. So as I was driving home from getting fired, I was literally thinking, if I get into a wreck right now, am I covered? I might not even have health insurance if I get into a wreck on the way home from work. Why are we expected to give 2 weeks notice to our boss whenever we want to quit, but they won't give us 2 weeks notice when they're letting us go? They just fire us out of the blue and walk us out of the building. When I got fired, they didn't even give me a chance to say goodbye to my coworkers. They just immediately walked me out. I mean, which is fine. I didn't really care about my coworkers, to be honest. But man, how toxic can you possibly be to just cut off someone from their check and their health insurance on the same day and then just be like, well, good luck out there. Hope you don't die in a fiery car crash on the way home because you won't be able to pay for health insurance. This next post is a sign posted in a workplace that says, crew are not allowed to discuss their rate of pay. And then, down in the comments, Warhound01 says exactly what I was thinking. Wage discussion is a federally protected conversation in the workplace. Send that to your labor board and enjoy the show. Yeah, so not only is it protected free speech, you can say whatever you want to anyone and pretty much no one can stop you. But on top of that, employers specifically don't want people to talk about their pay rates to people, because if Bob makes $20 an hour and Sue makes $30 an hour, then if Bob finds out, he'll come to his boss and be like, hey, what's the deal? How come Sue is making $10 more than me? Shouldn't I make $30? And then the employer has to pay Bob extra to keep him happy or to shut him up or whatever. So I find it really kind of a shame that in America, at least, there's an actual taboo around talking about your salary. People kind of consider it rude, and it shouldn't be. Like, what's the big deal to tell someone what you make? People typically have a pretty good idea of what you make anyways. It's not like something that'll hurt you if it gets out. It's just information about your job. So I wish that our culture would shift towards people talking about their wages with other workers, because if people would do that, then they could rally behind this information and ask for their employers for extra money. So I'm sharing this with you because I hope that you do it in your workplace, because if you're making less than your coworkers, wouldn't you want to know that? Wouldn't you want to be able to go to your boss and say, hey, what's the deal? And if your coworkers were making less than you, wouldn't you want to help lift them up to your position? Okay, so this next this next post is wild, and unfortunately OP deleted the original post, but I've kind of pieced together what was in that post. So based on my understanding, OP's work has like a Keurig machine, and you can buy Keurig cups where you can make a cup of coffee. Unfortunately, he didn't say how much the actual cost was of those Keurig cups, so I don't know. But apparently, instead of buying the company-sanctioned Keurig cups, OP brought a Keurig cup from home and made a cup of coffee. And his boss, get this, his boss accused him of stealing company property. And what did he steal, you might ask, since he brought his own Keurig cup? Well, the company's water, of course.
That's a thing?
Because he used company water to make coffee with the Keurig cup that he brought from home, his boss is accusing him of theft and wants to fire him. So unfortunately that post is gone, so I can't read it. But OP posted an update post, which is just as crazy. I had posted yesterday on my lunch break, and when I came back into work, I already had a few good ideas thanks to a bunch of you. Like several of you recommended, I wanted to get my boss's accusations in writing, so I sent off an email to her as soon as I sat down after lunch. I basically played dumb. Hi, I just want to double check the rules regarding bringing coffee in from home. Is this not allowed? I don't recall this being in our employee handbook, blah blah blah. She replied about an hour later, saying what she'd said earlier. Yes, it was grounds for firing, since it's using company property for personal gain, and that I should only use the company Keurig cups. I replied asking if it was considered stealing the company water, and she again said yes, but not if I paid for the coffee since I was purchasing it. Oh, and a bunch of you also thought that she was profiting off of the coffee cups. And while your logic was sound, I found out later that she has no responsibilities or fingers in the pot regarding the fees from the employee break area. It turns out she really is just a micromanaging butthole. Once I got those emails back from her, I went straight in person to my senior boss, who outranks everyone else in the office. I asked him if it was true that we're not allowed to bring in our own personal Keurig cups. He looked confused and said, "No, that's not true at all. I bring in my own sometimes." He went from confused to shocked when I told him I was being accused of stealing company water while using my own Keurig cups, and that I wanted to file an official complaint. And then he became annoyed when I told him who was accusing me and who I wanted to file the complaint against. He apologized profusely on behalf of the butthole manager and explained a few things. Long story short, there were multiple complaints of the same nature against this particular manager, mostly in the vein that she was overstepping the bounds of her duties and threatening to fire people at the slightest whim, which my senior boss told me was not her decision to make. My senior boss apologized again and again, and that I was absolutely allowed to bring in my own Keurig cups, and that he would be speaking to the other manager in question. He finished by saying, "Her behavior will stop, I promise you, and she will not be speaking to you about this again. Let me know if she brings it up further." He again repeated that it was not her responsibility or within her duties to...
Whatever, man.
I have a very good relationship with my senior boss, and he told me that while he would prefer to avoid filing an official complaint, he would understand if I chose to and would draw up the paperwork. I told him that as long as no one else was accusing me of theft and that my job wasn't actually in jeopardy, then I wouldn't file a complaint, but only if that butthole manager apologized to me in person. I got a very tight-lipped, face-to-face apology about 2 hours later from that butthole manager. I told her how insulting it was to be accused of theft, especially over something so incredibly stupid as a single cup of water. I told her I didn't want to talk about it further, and that I wasn't going to hold it over her head as long as she treated me fairly going forward. I told her I wouldn't be lodging a complaint, but if I felt like I was being unjustly accused of something in the future from her, I'd have those emails she so conveniently sent me as evidence that she didn't know what she was talking about. Like I said, I have a very good relationship with my senior boss, and I've been at my current company for 5 years, so I'm not worried. How much does 1 cup of water cost in your water bill? Okay, so looking at the math, it appears that if you just go to your tap and you get a cup of water, it would cost you maybe pennies, like 1 or 2 cents. So if you factor in the 1 or 2 pennies that OP stole from the company versus the wasted time that all the people involved in this had to spend resolving this issue, then really she's the one stealing, because you have to take into consideration the time that OP spent dealing with this, the time that she, the boss, spent dealing with this, the time that the senior boss spent dealing with this. So if each of these people spent 1 hour dealing with this problem, and you know, I don't know how much these people are making, I'll assume OP, he's a worker bee, so let's say...
Waking up wanting to go back to bed? Introducing new Sleep and Shine, a new kind of supplement that helps you fall asleep fast and sleep better. So
I don't care, man.
15 bucks an hour. The boss, let's assume she makes more, so we'll say 25 bucks an hour. And then the senior boss, let's say he makes 45 bucks an hour. That's what, 85 bucks, I think? 85 bucks an hour? So that's $85 the company spent to deal with this stupid made-up problem, compared to the 1 or 2 cents that OP stole. This is idiotic. This is so idiotic. I feel like OP could literally drink 5 cups of coffee every single day that he's at work for 5 years and still not add up to the amount of stolen money that this lady wasted just by dealing with this made-up problem. Also, OP, keep in mind that your work building would certainly have some sort of central air, which is filtered, and the company pays for those filters. So be very, very careful about breathing the company air when you go to work, OP, because that's company air. If you want to breathe while you're at work, make sure to bring your own air with you.
Yeah. Make sure to bring your own air. Okay, man.
We're really backed up, so I'm going to need you to come in during Thanksgiving this year. Don't be shocked if you have to come in during Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, too. I already told you 3 weeks ago that I need that day off, and you agreed. Now you're changing your mind? I will not be working Thanksgiving, and if you ask again, I won't be working for you at all anymore. We've had to set expectations with you multiple times this year. Coming in is the least that you can do. Your paid time off request has been denied. I'm not asking you to come in. I'm telling you that you have to come in. And I'm telling you that you have no worker at all now. I quit. OP. OP, I don't know where you work. I don't know if it's like a restaurant or a retail store, but I really, really hope that come Thanksgiving and come Christmas, there's a certain establishment that you'll come by just to pick up a few things or to have a nice meal with your family. I'm sure your manager would be so happy to see you come in as a customer. I ordered pizza for my kids, and my daughter's math teacher is the person who delivered the pizza. This lady has a master's degree, makes less money than my dumbass, and has to deliver pizza to make ends meet. This is not the American dream that they keep trying to sell us. I feel that one. I really feel that one. I have... OP, I don't know where you work. I don't know if it's like a restaurant or a retail store, but I really, really hope that come Thanksgiving and come Christmas, there's a certain establishment that you'll come by just to pick up a few things or to have a nice meal with your family. I'm sure your manager would be so happy to see you come in as a customer. I ordered pizza for my kids, and my daughter's math teacher is the person who delivered the pizza. This lady has a master's degree, makes less money than my dumbass, and has to deliver pizza to make ends meet. This is not the American dream that they keep trying to sell us. I feel that one. I really feel that one. I have a bachelor's degree, I have a master's degree, and what did I do with those degrees? Absolutely nothing, because now I'm a YouTuber. So I'm really glad that I spent 8 years at school and however many billions of thousands of dollars. I think collectively it was probably close to about 80 or 90K on nothing. On absolutely nothing, because now I just read Reddit stories and make YouTube videos, and my degree is completely worthless, so that's cool. OP, I need you to come in from 11 a.m. to 10 p.m. today. We have an event scheduled, and we only have one bartender. No thank you, tomorrow's my day off. You need to be a team player. It isn't all about you. Please come in tomorrow. Why are you just now telling me at 3 a.m. that you need me to work 11 hours tomorrow? I've had a few drinks, and I don't feel like coming into work hungover and working for that long on my day off. You need to stay ready for work. Getting too drunk is not a good thing. You can't be prepared. Sometimes things happen, and we need to cover for each other. You're telling the bartender to not drink on his time off? Do you want to go tell the chef to not eat off the clock too? Dude, if you had given me more notice, I would have considered it and just not had anything to drink, so I wouldn't have to come work that long hungover. But you waited too long. I'm already drunk, and I don't feel like coming in and working 11 hours while hungover. Don't you know how to bartend too? Even if you don't, we literally have flashcards for each drink on the menu for each event. You can literally just tape them to the counter and use them as a guide to make the drinks yourself. We are going to talk about this attitude when you come in on Sunday. No, we're not. Bartenders are needed all over the place now. I think I'll just go work at one of the dozens of places hiring around here. I'm fed up with you. Give me a call. Don't make such an impulsive decision. You're making a mistake because you're drunk and you think it's a good idea. When you wake up tomorrow, you're gonna regret this. Eat my ass. I like to imagine that they're drunk and you think it's a good idea. When you wake up tomorrow, you're gonna regret this. Eat my ass. I like to imagine that the reason why this manager needs OP to come cover a shift is because the other bartender just quit and told him to eat his ass too. Like, how are you trying to tell workers during their off hours what they can and can't do? Like, they have to stay ready to come into work at all times, like some sort of surgeon who's on call who's not allowed to drink because at any moment he could have to drive to the hospital and perform brain surgery or something. I feel like for a really long time, managers and bosses have become kind of spoiled and entitled because of this long waiting list of desperate workers who will work long hours for not a lot of pay. But because of COVID and the great resignation that's going on now, I think most people just don't care anymore. So given the choice between working for a manager like this and telling that manager to eat my ass, I think it's pretty clear what most workers are willing to do nowadays. And honestly, I've never been happier because this content, I just live for it. Where are you at? Huh? You told Mark that you could work night shift tonight. No, I didn't. I told Mark that I couldn't work on Monday. You told him you couldn't work in the mornings, but you could work normal hours. As you know, I found out yesterday that my dad passed away. I'm gonna go ahead and at least take one day off. If I won, I get a whole week off to mourn his death. I'm so sorry for any inconvenience this will cause you. My uncle died a few days ago and I lost my grandma. Stop being a victim. Mail me my check. I quit. And go f*** yourself. Down in the comments, we had this story from Ripley825. Oh my god, this happened to someone that I worked with at IHOP years ago. She literally got a phone call as she was working as a line cook that her mother died in a car wreck that morning. The manager literally told her that she had to stay and finish her shift or be fired for negligence. Homegirl took off her apron and yeeted it at his face. He was still yelling that she would be fired if she walked out the door as she was walking out the door. Like, oh my god, what does this manager expect is gonna happen? Excuse me, manager? This food is really salty. What's wrong with it? Oh yes, my apologies. You see, the cook learned that her mother died today, so she's probably been crying into your food. I'm so sorry. Well, send this back and have her make me another one, and this time, make sure she doesn't cry all over it. That was r/antiwork, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new...
There he is, the little man who started this big war.
Dad was gonna send me to jail. They do the same to you.
I need leverage. That rat sets 1 foot inside this building, I'll punch him in the nose.
You know how it is in the family.
The reason people rarely see me is because I'm too busy working on all my side projects. That's why I need a laptop with all my favorite apps. So I use Chromebook. It has apps like Microsoft Office, which is great for writing and sharing my haikus. Then there's Adobe Lightroom. And film editing apps like Clipchamp. Yeah, I've got hobbies, so you can see why I'm not out there proving my existence.
Welcome to r/entitled parents, where OP literally gets shot by an entitled father's 10-year-old son. Our next Reddit post is from Functional Psychopath. For those of you who don't know, a .22 caliber bullet is really small. I mean, it's still a bullet shot from a gun, so it can kill someone, but it's a really small bullet, so if it hits someone, it's not going to do a huge amount of damage unless it hits like their heart or their head or some major organ. This took place back in about 2008. In Iowa, quite a few state parks have shooting ranges that are completely free and just have posted rules. As a general rule, everyone's responsible for making sure the range is safe and clean. I had just bought a new Pew Pew and I wanted to sight it into my shooting style. I get to the range and, like usual, there's people there. The far left lane is open. I move my stuff to the table and I start setting up my sled and other equipment. To the right of my lane is a father and son shooting a tiny bolt-action .22. The gun was the type of gun that takes a key to function every time. Now, the kid was maybe 10 years old, and he seemed to know how to use the rifle because he was loading .22 shorts, using the key to reload and shoot again. The kid was being safe, keeping the gun pointed down range. His dad was giving pointers, and overall being a good mentor. I load and shoot. I wait for the range to clear and reset my targets. His dad walks away, leaving the kid to shoot. I pick up my rifle and start to wipe the barrel. Next to me, I hear the kid fumbling with the keys and getting frustrated. Pop! I just got punched in the leg. It hurt, but in a weird way. The kid squeaks out a, sorry, and I see what happens. I feel my leg, and I find the hole in it. It wasn't even bleeding yet, but still my brain was going, holy f***.
I just got shot.
I just got shot! Also, OP clarifies that he served overseas, so this wasn't the only time that he'd been shot. I look for the dad, and he's fiddling with fishing equipment in the back of his truck.
Are you kidding me?
Excuse me, sir. He interrupted me, saying, my son is allowed to shoot, and he isn't moving. I say, yes, sir, but the issue is he just shot me. He laughs and says, no, he didn't. I take my hand off my leg and show him, because by now it started to bleed, but not spray. That's a good sign. He starts to argue with me that I must have shot myself because his son has been shooting since he could walk. I say accidents happen, and I'm not upset. I just need insurance information for the ranger and paramedics because I need to call 911.
Gotta pull that shit out.
He offers me $100 to just leave and say that it was an accident. I say no and call 911. Other people on the range started to gather and go find a park ranger. The dad keeps arguing, saying that his son couldn't have shot me because he doesn't know how to load the gun, and if he did, it's because I was downrange. The kid pipes in and says, yeah, I do know how to load the gun, Dad. You showed me, and I did shoot him. It was an accident. At this point, the dad starts to panic and starts tossing everything into the truck in a scramble to get away. Before they could, another shooter grabbed the guy's keys so he couldn't leave. The father got more and more upset as I sat there with my pinky stuffed in my brand new hole. Eventually the ranger got there and everyone started yelling their side of what happens. The ranger calms everyone down and the police arrive and start sorting through everything. I explained that the kid shot me by accident. The dad was freaking out and he tried to leave, but another person has his keys. They called an ambulance to come and get me. The officers handcuffed the dad, and I was like, wait, he didn't do any harm, so I'm not pressing charges. The officers explained that he was a felon, and thus not allowed to be around guns anyways. I'm taken away, and the doctor did remove the bullet. No harm done, but it did chip the bone. I know this wasn't an exciting story, and on a scale from 1 to 10 for entitlement, it's only like a 3, but still, I probably would have had the same reaction if I were that guy. OP, not an exciting story? You got shot by a 10-year-old. And let me say, you handled that situation much better than I would have. If I got shot by an actual bullet, even if it was just a 22, I'd be crying, panicking, freaking out, definitely cursing. I would not be as cool as you were. Though, I guess it was possible that you were in shock. Down in the comments, we have this story from Cat Queen. Paramedic here. Shock is a hell of a drug. My alarm went off, and I glanced at my phone to get the address. It took me a few seconds to realize that I know this address very well. I grew up at that address. I glance at the time and sigh. It's most likely my dad. We get there, and yep, it's my dad. He had a block of styrofoam taped to his arm. Under that styrofoam was a huge, deep gash. I asked him why he didn't just go to the emergency room when it happened. He said it was close to the end of his shift, so he figured he would just go home and call me instead. Did he go to the emergency room? Nope. My partner stitched the gash shut after my dad promised to go to the hospital the next morning. He did. He got a shot of antibiotics, as well as a prescription for antibiotics to stop any infection from setting in. Our next Reddit post is from OP Ticktide. For starters, I'm a nudist. Kinda. I don't go to nudist retreats and stuff, but whenever I'm home, I'm naked. My husband usually wears something like underwear. For starters, I'm a nudist. Kinda. I don't go to nudist retreats and stuff, but whenever I'm home, I'm naked. My husband usually wears something like underwear, so he's rarely naked. I started doing this as soon as I moved out on my own, so for about 4 years now. I also have cats, so I have to keep my blinds open so they don't break them, so typically my blinds are open about 2 to 3 inches. Obviously, I'm aware of this, and I do my best to stay away from the windows and don't open the door with my dick out. Also, we currently live in a trailer park. Living in a trailer park is fine. It's nice enough.
What?
The trailer is a 2018 model, and it doesn't feel like a trailer at all once you're inside. The only problem is that they're kinda close together. My neighbor has already given us dirty looks, probably because we're a gay couple. One day I was cleaning the floor and had to dump the water, so I put boxers on and dumped it outside. My neighbor immediately got mad because she doesn't work and just sits at home all day, so she came out yelling, "You can't come out naked!" I'm not. I'm in my boxers. I just came out to dump this mop water. There's kids out here. Put some clothes on. I have clothes on. Goodbye. And I walked back inside. About a week ago, I was just hanging out at home naked like I do. I was in my office playing video games with my headphones on.
What is that?
I saw on my phone that my front door camera picked up motion, so I looked at it, and it was my neighbor looking through my windows into my living room.
Hey, yo!
I go away through my camera speaker, and she jumped and quickly left. After playing for a while, I walked into the kitchen and was making food. Again, I got a notification that someone was at my door, so I look and it's my neighbor again, so I grab my shorts and head to the door. Yes? Who do you think you are? Huh? I saw you walking around naked. Yeah, I was in my house.
Why are you looking in my house?
There are kids.
What are you, some kind of weirdo?
I was in my own house, and no one can see me in
No, nothing.
those like you were. How dare you accuse...
What? No, I'm talking to myself. No one's looking in. Plus, I hardly can. I got covers all over my stuff.
Okay.
Like nothing.
Bye. I shut the
Can't even
door
look in the
and
windows.
claiming that she was looking through my
Sursy.
window and was harassing me for being naked in my own house. Ultimately, they cited
Oh!
me and said if she continues, then I'm going to call the cops. So
Oh!
I haven't had any problems.
It's like breaking my back.
Is completely illegal. It's not like a major crime.
Wait, you can no.
It's illegal. And if you have evidence, which it sounds like you do, because you've got that like camera footage from your front door, right? If you've got footage, then you can take it to the cops and be like, hey, my neighbor keeps spying on me. This is the one time I caught her, so I would like to press charges for her being a peeping Tom. And I think probably more than likely cops will pursue that because it's legal. It just is. Our next Reddit post is from Mom Matt.
What is that?
Years ago. My sister died on December 27, 2007.
With YouTube Premium's background play, you can keep watching the hottest music videos, even while...
Nice ship. It's a B class. Not nice ship. What is that?
A home that's built for life should be designed to fit you. The new manufactured home can be the perfect fit.
Stable, commercial online, flight path.
And your lifestyle.
The override code. One station.
Manufactured home has to offer you.
Oh God!
Very next day, I got a call from a neighbor telling me that people were emptying the house. So I rushed down to see my aunt, uncle, and their 4 kids emptying the house. They never called my mother or me. They just called my drunk of a brother and he let them in. When I arrived, I saw an SUV bursting at the seams with stuff and my cousin driving off with a smug look on her face. I exploded and called my mother to tell her about this. Then I stormed into the house, finding 2 of my cousins in the kids' bedroom rummaging around the kids' things. Another in my sister's room going through everything, and my aunt and uncle in the living room picking through stuff. My drunk of a brother was on the sofa downing a can of beer. I was beyond mad and screamed at them, "What the hell are you doing?" Keep in mind that I had just come from the hospital not 5 hours earlier. They smugly said, "Your sister's dead, so we want her things." I snatched my sister's jewelry box out of their vulture hands. About half an hour later, my mother showed up, and all hell broke loose. She screamed at them, demanding they bring back the stuff they stole. But they said, "No, we need it for our grandkids." And with that, my mother threw them out. I ripped my brother a new one and locked up the house. Honestly, who steals from a dead person who isn't even cold yet? Our next Reddit post is from Ruru Labu. My now deceased next door neighbor was a terrible busybody who felt that it was her God-given right to tell everyone on our street what they could and couldn't do, from where they parked their cars to what flowers they could grow. She had to know everyone's business, and she would harass people until she got answers. She even went as far as stalking people, but that's for another story. If she came that way, she would spread the most evil. Her adult children, a son and daughter, were both greedy and deeply entitled. They all believed that since the rest of the street was either social housing or rented properties, then they were better than everyone else. And if they didn't get what they wanted, then their mother would sort things out. The son owns 2 other properties that are in the street that he rents out. At the very end of the same street is another house with a plot of land right next to it. The owners of that house and land built a garage that they use for work, rebuilding old cars and bikes. Their business is at least 30 years old, handed down from father to son. Their garage is very small, so they can only work on 1 vehicle at a time. But due to the owner's skills at restoration, they're always in high demand. One day about 10 years ago, the son rocks up in his latest BMW and walks up to the owner, the father, and his teenage son. The rest of this conversation is paraphrased because I didn't personally witness the conversation. The landowners later told the story to my family. The entitled woman's son said, "Hey guys, it's your lucky day. I want to buy your land. I'll give you 15,000 pounds. Notice that he didn't ask if it was for sale or offer to negotiate a fair price. The owner said, no, sorry. The business is not for sale. Thanks for the interest, though. I wasn't asking about your business. You can set that up somewhere else. I want the land. It's just the right size to build another house on. Well, sorry, but no. This is our livelihood. We can't just move. We would lose business while looking for someplace else. And besides, it used to be my father's garage, and it's next to our home, so why would we sell it? So you can make money. Duh. But we're making money by working here, so sorry, but it's not for sale. The entitled son then does exactly what you would expect a grown man at 30 to do. Yes, 30. He complained to his mommy.
Nah.
He wasted no time at all to walk back to the
Black and White Planet, of course.
Son, he wants to build a house there. Because it's our place of business, and we don't want to sell it. You shouldn't even be working
Why am I
here.
lit?
It's dangerous. I can assure you, ma'am, everything's up to code, and we have every right to work here. Now, please leave us alone. What are you hiding in there? Is it drugs? What? No, we're fixing up an old bike. I knew it. You are working here illegally. Sell your land to my son, or I will contact the authorities. The owner laughed and told her to go ahead. She stormed off, and they thought that it was over. Just the nutty ravings of a mad granny, right? An hour later, sure enough, the cops arrived. Apparently, an anonymous person called them to say the owners had been dealing drugs out of the garage. It was obvious who had called them. Of course, all the neighbors had seen the cops arrive. Our street is normally quiet, and we're all nosy bastards, so when you see a blue flashing light, you step out and watch the show unfold. The entitled mother took great glee in telling everyone how the owners had been selling drugs to children, and how she wasn't the one who called them, but everyone knows what was going on in there, and thank goodness something was finally being done about it. Half of the neighbors were shocked by this, but a few of the longer-term residents were already giving this woman the side-eye. She must have been feeling pretty smug with herself, only there was a snag. Just a little one. Since the garage owners worked on rare and old cars, which can be expensive, they had CCTV installed. That was something the entitled mother had not counted on. After the cops showed up, the owners knew who the culprit was, so they had no issue showing footage with sound of the entitled mother threatening to call the cops if they didn't sell her the land. With all of our neighbors watching, the entitled mother's face switched from smugness to fear as the police walked away from the garage and approached her instead. The officers then asked if they could step inside her home to discuss something that she probably didn't want their neighbors to overhear. She received a warning about harassment and wasting police time. The garage owners were never bothered again, and the neighbors who didn't know how bad she was now finally saw her for the witch that she was. Man, as bad as this lady is, what's even worse is the son. This 30-year-old dude is like, Mommy, I'm sad that these people won't do what I want. Go make them do what I want, Mommy. Oh my god, dude. Grow up. Our next Reddit post is from Yukeba Yukari. I'm 21 and a female. I understand that there can be dangers to dating, but the way that my parents go about it is ridiculous. I met this girl on Tinder a while ago, and we talked pretty much every day. We had our first date a week ago at the mall. It went great, but I didn't tell my parents because I know how crazy they are. Fast forward to Tuesday, we're having another date, and this one I do tell my parents about. The date was at the movies, but I had the feeling that I shouldn't have told them that, so I said, oh, well, we're going to such and such mall to hang out. The movie went great, and I went over to my date's place. I got text messages from my parents asking me why I wasn't at the mall. My dad had driven an hour to that mall looking for me in my car. Oh my god, they're insane. Then, afterwards, my dad tracked my phone and asked why I was near the beach, where my date lives. Like, dude, listen, I understand wanting to value my safety, but that was an extreme violation of my boundaries. I had a gut feeling that telling them where I actually was would be a mistake, and I was correct. And they still don't see how messed up it is to stalk their adult daughter. OP, you're 21? 21 years old, and your parents are driving hours to stalk you to make sure your date goes well? OP, I think it's time for you to put some distance between you and your parents. If you're still living with your parents, then it's time to get a job and try to move out. If they have some sort of app on your phone that allows them to track your location, then it's time to uninstall it, because this behavior is extremely weird. I could see doing this if your daughter was like 14 or 15, but 21? That was r/entitled parents, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Chromebooks have the everything button, so you can find things instantly. Switch to Chromebook. Is your car giving you a field day?
Bring it in. We'll fix that.
Hurry into NTB today for big brands in stock and on sale. Plus up to $100 in rebates from Michelin, Continental, Cooper, Pirelli, and more. Only at NTB.
Welcome to r/Pro Revenge.
There is no transmission shower here.
Cousin into losing millions of dollars. Our next Reddit post is from 327 Nova. Backstory. 25 years ago, my aunt passed away when I was a baby, leaving my two cousins, who were both in their early 20s, alone to fend for themselves. My grandparents, who were very wealthy, put a clause in their will that grandkids would receive half of their share of inheritance if a parent passed before the child reached 30, and then they'd receive the other half of their inheritance when my grandparents eventually passed. Both of my cousins received a very sizable inheritance, coupled with the money they got from selling my aunt's house. The younger of the two cousins paid off her college loans and was able to buy property, and she still lives on the same plot of land. The older sibling just blew all of his money. It was crazy. Within 6 years, he was back to living in a condo, working as a cop. Everyone in our small family knew that he had a substance issue, so he was barely making ends meet with his officer's salary and buying copious amounts of drugs. Over the next 4 years, my cousin went to rehab 3 times, sponsored by my grandparents. He sobered up after getting his girlfriend, now wife, pregnant. She is an absolutely wretched woman. She saw my grandparents as a payday and essentially baby-trapped my cousin, thinking that was her ticket. Within 7 years, they had 3 kids, so she's locked in tight. She works as a nurse, and with 3 kids, they're always looking for extra money. So guess who they would ask? You got it, my grandparents. Being the kind spirits they are, they always lended a hand. My father, mother, sister, and I got sick of it really quickly. My grandmother unfortunately passed away when I was 17, leaving my grandpa as the last remaining grandparent. I was undoubtedly my grandfather's favorite among the grandkids, which left a really bad taste in the mouth of my cousin and his wife. I had 2 more years of high school before college, so I lived with my grandpa to keep him company and help take care of him. My cousin and his wife hated this. So much so that whenever they came to visit and I wasn't home, they would send their 3 gremlins into my room to destroy it. That was just the start. The longer I lived there, the more they would mess with me. My cousin even placed one of those little mechanical noisemakers in a cabinet in my room, the one that plays sounds at random intervals to make you think that you're insane. Thankfully, my German Shepherd would always hear it, and after a week or so, she finally found it. They did this to distance me and deter me from taking care of Grandpa so they could swoop in and be the heroes. This continued until, allegedly, one of their kids found my gun. By this time, I was 18 years old and I was in possession of a firearm. I use quotation marks here because my grandfather has guns, but he can't aim or shoot them anymore due to arthritis and nerve degeneration. So when I moved in, he placed all the weapons in my hand should the need for self-defense arrive. But if he ever saw me handling the guns for any reason other than cleaning, there would be hell to pay. Since I was very well trained with guns and I had a sense of pride in defending my home, I took this responsibility very seriously. I always kept a handgun in a locked container in my nightstand, with the key on a high shelf out of reach of the gremlins. One fateful day I'm out getting my grandfather food when I come home, and my older cousin, his wife, and my grandfather are staring at a gun on the table. It was my gun that I kept in the lockbox. It was loaded and it had a bullet chambered. I always kept the magazine separate in the lockbox.
What? No!
Gun.
No!
Was nowhere to be seen. My cousin claimed that one of his kids found the gun and was playing with it. I was 100% certain that my cousin either found the key or broke the lockbox open to get to it and load it, because a 6-year-old wouldn't be able to reach a key that I myself could barely reach, figure out what it was to, load my gun, and then chamber it. I tried my best to explain that what my cousin had said was BS and that I never kept my firearms loaded in the house. But my cousin, who's a cop, scolded me on gun safety and threatened to have me arrested if I didn't leave, and the only reason why he hadn't arrested me yet is because we're family. I was asked to collect my belongings and go back to my parents. My cousin had won, or so he thought. The next day I apologized to my grandpa and explained to him there was no way one of the kids could have gotten the key. He agreed with me and apologized, but he thought it best I move out until things cool down. But once they do, I would be welcome back home. Since then, my relationship with my grandpa was a bit fractured due to my cousin's lies. A month later, my grandfather died of a heart attack at the age of 86. I was devastated. I was just beginning to get back into the rhythm with him and rebuilding the trust that was somewhat shattered. To this day, I'm still unsure of what kind of man he saw me as due to my cousin's actions. Immediately, my cousin and his wife began sucking up to my dad. They had already sealed a payday with their grandpa, so it was time to move on to their uncle. This persisted for a month or 2, but I wouldn't stand for it. Then came time for the will. My grandfather's lawyer read out the will to me, my father, mother, and sister in our home. Our 2 cousins would be briefed individually on their share of the estate, as per my grandparents' requests. Then, the lawyers read this miracle line in the will. If anyone attempts to claim any part of the estate that isn't assigned to them, they forfeit any assets they're supposed to receive, and their assets will be divided equally among the remaining family members. This was basically my grandparents' way of saying, if you try to claim more than you're given, you get nothing. My father was supposed to receive every piece of physical property from my grandparents because he was their only remaining child. The revenge. I hatched a plan. I called my cousin, and I told him all of Grandma's jewelry was to be donated to a charity auction. Grandma's collection of gems and precious metals was extensive to say the least, so a charity event wouldn't care if a few pieces were missing, right? It was a huge trap that my greedy bastard of a cousin couldn't resist. He immediately took the bait and went over to my grandparents' house, determined to snatch up as much as he could. Just a handful of my grandmother's jewelry could send his kids to college. Coincidentally, my dad was on his way with a lawyer to my grandparents' house to overlook everything. According to my dad's testimony, my cousin had 3 shoeboxes worth of Grandma and Grandpa's jewelry piled on the kitchen counter, ready for loading into his car. My dad and the lawyer stood in the kitchen wondering why it was all there when my cousin walks in from my grandparents' bedroom with the 4th and final shoebox. The jig was up. My cousin put 2 and 2 together that I'd set him up. And yeah, I had set him up. However, there was no penalty against me for exploiting my cousin's greed so that he would screw himself over. It's worth noting that between the 18 years from my aunt's death and my grandparents' death, their wealth had increased several times over. So my cousin felt cheated and expected to receive just as much money as my sister and I, despite receiving half of his inheritance already and blowing it. Throughout this whole ordeal, my cousin's younger sister hasn't had a problem at all, and she's still weeping over Grandpa's death like the rest of us. However, just like that, my cousin lost enough money in the course of 30 minutes that made him contemplate his sanity. All over greed! My cousin's B-word of a wife apparently filed for divorce a few weeks later. We haven't heard from him in nearly 6 years, as he's all but disgraced now. You can call this a fairy tale ending, and in this particular part of the story it somewhat is. But honestly, I would rather have my grandparents. Man, OP didn't say how much money we're talking about here, but if the grandmother had enough jewelry to put all of his kids through college, and what is average college tuition? The average cost of college in the US is $35,000 per student per year. Wow, okay, so $35,000 times 4 years times 3 kids, God, that's $420,000. If OP meant that literally, that selling the grandmother's jewelry would be worth all 3 kids going to college, then that's $420,000. If the grandma had like $500,000 in jewelry, then Grandma and Grandpa were rich, as in rich. So, by that logic, this cousin was probably standing to inherit millions of...
With YouTube Premium's background play, you can keep watching the hottest music videos, even while texting your hubby. Get YouTube Premium. All YouTube, no interruptions.
Today, I'm going to be making homemade gifts for my friends and surprising them. Michael said
of dollars. He said that the other cousin bought a house and paid off all their debt with just half of their inheritance. So yeah, that checks out. We're talking literally millions of dollars. Whoops, there goes the big payday because your cousin is too greedy to obey the will. What an idiot. Our next Reddit post is from PME or Severum. So I work in an aerospace facility that's large enough that you'll never meet everyone who works there. It's the type of place where everything you could ever need, including pins, are provided for you. However, as free pins go, you already know we got the suck you one, so I just buy my own pins, thanks. Around the time of the incident, I had just taken a promotion. Part of the deal was I'd be working second shift instead of first. Okay by me. Just as I was getting used to my new schedule, I started losing my pins. This wasn't abnormal for me, but it just kept happening. I'd come into work, and I would swear that I put my pin right here last night, but now I can't find it. I grew suspicious of my now previous coworkers who knew where I usually stash things, and I hatched a plan. First, I had to make sure that my pins were indeed being taken, rather than me losing my mind due to my new schedule. I bought a pack of Pilot G2s, which are the best pins out there, and I laid a trap. I work in a machine shop, and there are toolboxes everywhere. I set up and run multiple machines, but there's a particular machine that everyone knows is kind of my home base. In the accompanying toolbox, I left a pin in the top drawer front and center for some pendejo to find, and sure enough, it was gone the next day. I'm not crazy, so the hunt's begun. In my line of work, we have controlled documents. Every piece and part is documented and serialized. One of our huge taboos was using any color other than black ink on these documents. It was obvious what I had to do. When I bought my last pack of G2 pens to avoid having to use the awful free pens, I also bought a set of colored G2s. I took the ink cartridge from a pink pen, and I used a black Sharpie to hide both the ink in the tube and the colored cap on the top of the cartridge. It looked a bit ugly, but I knew that I wasn't dealing with a pro here. I placed my disguised pink cartridge in an unsuspecting black pen body and left it in my usual hiding spots. The next day when I came into work, sure enough, the pen was gone. My trap had worked. The first thing I heard in my shift's pass-down meeting was how some idiot used pink ink on a work order this morning. And I had better make sure for the millionth time to use black ink instead of some stupid colored ink. I didn't even have to fess up to setting a trap. I nailed that fool right to the wall, and no one even knows what I did. Suck it, Benjamin. Down in the comments, Salvale Jim says, but I want to know if the pen stealing has stopped, or if the thief is just checking the pens before using them now. OP replies, I haven't had a pen stolen since, but keep in mind, I've now got multicolored pen bodies with black ink in them laying around, because nobody would be dumb enough to steal a green pen, right? OP, your genius knows no bounds. Our next Reddit post is from Yellow Swaggernaut. A city near me had a farmer holding out as the city expanded. The city wouldn't let him sell his land that was zoned as commercial since it was a farm, while completely surrounded by commercial development. The city wanted him to sell the land that was zoned for agriculture. Basically to let some developer bulldoze the fields and flip it for commercial space, and easily 10x their investment. But the farmer didn't budge, so the farmer and the city were at a stalemate. The area became more and more developed. Housing started encroaching onto the back of his property. The farmer was getting old and tired of this mess, and he didn't want to pass this fight on to his kids, so he came up with a plan. The property had been used for soybean and farming corn up until this point. It wasn't really a burden to his neighbors. He applied for and received proper licensing from the state for a hog confinement lot. In case you don't know, that's where they keep tens of thousands of hogs before they're brought to market. They're normally located deep in farm country. They stink for miles. The city tried to stop him legally, but they never incorporated the land in the first place. So they tried to stop him at the state level. He followed the process to the letter, and, well, it's farmland. The city thought that maybe he wouldn't follow through. But he did. He had 400 hogs delivered to what at that point was one of the busiest roads in town. The locals nearly lynched the city council. In less than a week, the city backtracked a nearly 20-year feud and let him sell his farm for the fair commercial rate as he had originally bargained for. Down in the comments, we have this story from Zorab. Something similar happened where I lived. A farmer had this big piece of land, and he wanted to divide it into 6 buildable lots. The neighbors didn't want this because they preferred the open space. Anyways, they fought the zoning change on the basis of increased traffic. The owner said, fine, I'll just convert it into a pig farm because that doesn't require a zoning change. That was r/Pro Revenge, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Cash App Zephyr card is customizable and there's a glow-in-the-dark version so you can always find it. Just open the app, choose your color, and draw your design right on your phone. Cash Card saves you money instantly. Just open Cash App, choose which restaurant or store you want to save at, and the discount gets applied as
I don't care, man.
Welcome to r/Pro Revenge, where OP gets an entitled brat evicted. Our next Reddit post is from Blue Tuesday. So basically, I moved into a 2-bedroom apartment 2 months ago with Sarah and Jessica. Now, Sarah's name is on the lease, and Jessica is Sarah's girlfriend, and Jessica is not on the lease. I pay 50% of the rent, Sarah pays 25%, and Jessica pays 25%. It It wasn't my ideal situation, but I was desperate for roommates at the time. Fast forward 2 months. They're enormous slobs who never do anything, so I clean up after them all the time. I vacuum the living room, mop the kitchen, do dishes, etc. I buy most of the shared groceries and household items like toilet paper, which the two of them plow through really quickly. Sarah has a cat in the apartment, which is unauthorized, and regularly has an unauthorized dog here too. Their rent is always paid late, and they pay the utilities on the last possible day. Also, the girls smoke copious amounts of weed, and while I don't care, I asked them to be respectful enough to air out the apartment and keep the smoke out of my room. Now, last week, things really went south. Sarah and Jessica overheard me complaining about having to clean up after them, and after they ignored me for a few days, they sent me a long text about how rude they considered that. So, I let out everything that was bothering me and told them that if they don't want to live with me, I will gladly release them from the lease, repay them their deposit, and they can go. This causes them to freak out and they tell me, "It's 2 against 1, we'll force you to move out." Oh, hell no. I blocked them on all forms of communication, including social media. The next day, I went down to the apartment manager and reported 2 unauthorized pets and 1 unauthorized occupant. Written notices were given, and Sarah and Jessica just threw them straight in the trash. I returned from a 4-day stay at my dad's and go straight to report the unauthorized occupant, Jessica, and both unauthorized pets, which were supposed to be gone by now. Well, at this point, Sarah and Jessica are getting pissed off. Jessica screams obscenities at me anytime I enter or leave my bedroom. Twice, she spent a half hour pounding on my door and the walls of my room. She taunts me through the door, trying to get me to open up. I just quietly recorded all of this on my phone while I still haven't said a word. So, yesterday, I went back down to the office to finish securing my new apartment and there were more violations. When I came home, the chain lock was locked, so I had no way to get in. This is what I've been waiting for. Jessica taunted me again on video and then slapped my hat off of my head, hitting me square in my forehead with the back of her hand. Bingo. So I called the cops, ratted Sarah and Jessica out for being druggies, got all their paraphernalia confiscated, and I got a police report for battery. Come Monday, I'll be on my way to the prosecutor's office to press charges. The apartment managers will also be getting a copy of this report. Also, tomorrow is the last day to pay rent before it's late. Sarah and Jessica disappeared early this morning. If they don't pay rent, I'm gonna get them on the abandonment clause, finally get them evicted, and have the locks changed. All before I move out tomorrow. It's 2 against 1. Think again. Our next Reddit post is from Shut Up Aragorn. This happened about 5 years ago, but just the thought of this story still has my butthole puckered with anger, despite the revenge. Part 1, The Injustice. The story begins with me looking for my first property. My late father was battling cancer at the time.
How about no?
Technicalities with the healthcare system.
Yes, let's test our hypothesis, shall we?
Percent of the year to get the treatments covered. He was staying at a friend's.
You must be the dumbest man I have ever met.
Property in our province anymore. He signed on to my utilities.
Ooh.
We found a place that was perfect.
Stupid.
It was a smaller.
That was a retarded thing. That was a really dumb move on your part. I bet he regrets that in hell.
The hospital where my partner worked and where my dad was getting treatment. However, going
it's my defense chip, sir.
We find records of an ongoing spat between the previous owners of my unit with the people below. There were complaints from both parties, police called, etc. This resulted in a very expensive sound evaluation contract.
Whoa, what's with all the ships kamikazing down?
This evaluation stated that the flooring separating these 2 condos was well above building codes, and it said that any further complaints would be ignored on this matter, so we decided to go for it. Well, about 3 months after my mother and father moved in with us because my
liver terminal access, client's core log.
And with how often he was going into the hospital, they wanted to live as close as they could. Now enter Haley, an entitled princess and her teams taking pre-med at the nearby university. Me and my partner are very quiet people, and we hadn't heard a peep from the first 3 months living there, so we kind of forgot about the sound issues that we'd read about. We were on the 2nd floor, and Haley was on the 1st floor facing the back of the building. Her suite only had 1 bedroom, which was under the room that had been vacant until my parents moved in. My parents are also quiet people, but because of my father's treatments, he was sleeping like 16 hours a day at home, and this was a crucial time for him to sleep and recover. A week after they move in, I have friends over at noon on Saturday. They walked in, and they hadn't even sat down yet when I hear knocking on the door. I had prepared for this conversation, but I was still surprised. Hi, I'm from downstairs and I'm trying to study. Please keep it down. Listen, it's a Sunday afternoon. We're not having a party or making excessive noise. We have been and always will be respectful of noise in the building, so have a nice day. Later that day, I stopped by the shop to get a pair of good noise-canceling earbuds and left them with a note outside her door to apologize for any unintentional noise. But to reiterate that nothing we were doing is outside of regulations, and any noise we're making doesn't violate any building noise bylaws. I tried my best. A couple of days later, I'm moving something around in my parents' room, and I hear loud banging from below. I figure, oh, she's nailing up a picture or something, and I just keep working. It happens a second time, and a third time. Then I hear a door slamming below me.
Chromebooks are seriously easy to set up, right out of the box. Just sign in with your Gmail and great. All your files are right there. Now get after it, because you're good to go. Switch to setting up the easy way. Switch to Chromebook.
Repair your enamel with Pronamel Repair.
Shut up!
Formula lets you brush in vital minerals to actively...
And a couple of seconds later, there was loud banging on my door. What the F are you doing up here? Instantly, I'm taken aback. Wait, was she just banging on the roof? I'm not a confrontational guy, but this is ridiculous. I asked her, were you just banging on your roof with a broom at us? You bet I was. You need to keep it down. I'm in pre-med and studying. You're banging around on the floor and I can't focus. I said, if you have a complaint, you can take it to the condo board. Banging on the walls or ceiling is completely unacceptable, and I slammed the door in her face. After the incident, I went to the condo board to let them know what happened, and how it's completely unacceptable for her to bang on the walls and floors and to shout at me and my family, especially when the noise that we're making is unavoidable and not excessive. The condo board tells her that if she harasses me again for this issue, they're gonna fine her the maximum amount for each incident of banging on the walls or ceiling. Her mother, who was just as belligerent as she was, wrote a nasty email to me and the board saying how her princess needs to study and how fat people shouldn't be stomping around. I'm 6 feet tall and 160 pounds. My partner is 5'3" and 100 pounds. But still, they relented on Haley. Haley did quiet down for a week, and then the music started. If we walked across the floor, accidentally dropped something, moved anything around, then instead of Haley banging on the roof, she would turn her music up loud. Like, I could actually hear and make out words to songs that I'd never heard before, let alone the bass shaking my stuff. There was no other unit directly sharing any walls with her unit, so no one complained. It would go past 11 p.m. a couple days a week. I would call condo board members, and no one would answer because it was so late. I would then call the non-emergency police line, and they would say, we can bring someone out in a couple of hours, but we can only give a warning due to the bylaws. Then it got worse. She would turn the music on and leave the house. It would go on 12 to 16 hours a day, every single day. If it was just me and my partner, it wouldn't be that bad. But like I said, my dad was going through very intense treatments, and he desperately needed sleep to recover between those treatments. The stress of this situation, combined with the treatments and my father's declining health, was definitely starting to impact my family. I wrote a lengthy open letter to the condo board regarding the harassment in an attempt to shame her. I printed out the letter and I slid it under the doors of every neighbor in the building. It didn't work. I rented a decibel meter and tracked how loud she was, and according to the bylaws, she was breaking the rules. But the condo board said they wouldn't do anything about it other than send her another warning. If I recall correctly, the condo allowed 20 decibels between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. My home was only about 40 decibels with nothing going on, and with her noise, it went up to 65 to 70 decibels. For anyone who doesn't work at OSHA, 70 decibels is like the music is being played directly in your living room. After months of this, I was desperate. The police could only say to keep it down. The condo board refused to do anything but give warnings because noise complaints weren't really something they would fine owners for. My only recourse was to somehow prove that she was doing it intentionally to harass me and take it to the cops, or find a way to get the condo board to do something about it. I combed the condo documents looking for something, anything. At last, I made a breakthrough. I figured this 19 or 20-year-old did not pay for this condo and was not an owner at all. I used some connections to get a copy of the land title for the condo. I'd found my golden goose. Part 2, The Revenge. Armed with my decibel meter and notepad, I've been tracking her music for the past couple of months, averaging 14 hours above 65 decibels. I brought my findings to the board on a blizzardy, frozen Canadian February. It was Thursday night at about 9:30 p.m. The board looked tired and irritated that I made them meet this late. However, I came prepared. I had a stack of papers containing scanned copies of sections of the condo documents, the logs of the decibel levels, and a letter typed up by my lawyer friend. I read the letter out loud to them. It threatened legal action against the condo board for ignoring my complaints and not taking me seriously. They seemed to perk up a bit, and the condo president looked angry. I showed them proof that I had very real and provable damages due to the inaction of the board, plus the very detailed logs of the frequent bylaw infractions that were ignored, as well as the emails back and forth from months of the board not doing anything. They looked at me bleakly. Finally, I said, I won't file this if the board actually resolves the issue. I played my best card. I put down the copy of the land title certificate with Haley's mother on it, and the condo documents detailing that if the owner isn't residing in the unit, then Haley is technically a tenant, not an owner. The next section explained in exquisite detail the punishments available to be meted out on tenants, including my favorite. Tenants can be legally evicted for breaking condo bylaws after 2 warnings. I then showed them all the printed out copies of the warnings they had issued to Haley. After a couple of minutes, the board president spoke. Going 5 decibels over what's allowed isn't that bad. You're blowing this out of proportion. I was furious at this point. Had she not been listening to me? Knowing that I had just left my home at 9:30 p.m. with her music at full blast, and it was now 10:20, I said, fine, let's go see. We all shuffled down to my unit. We stood in the kitchen, listening to the same awful song that she had played on repeat all day. Then, the president spoke up. Comically, she had to raise her voice to be heard. She plays it like this all the time? Yes. I'll go ask her to turn it off. You can try, but she isn't home. She left this morning. What do you mean? She left your music playing this loud all day? Yes. The board president is visibly upset. The bass shakes the spoon in the drawer next to her. The other board members have dark looks. She grabbed the documents and said, we'll call the condo lawyer. The aftermath. Saturday morning comes around, and I hadn't heard any news from the condo board. As I'm making my way to the kitchen, I hear the patio door below us opening and closing, which was out of the ordinary. In my bathrobe, coffee in hand, I stand at the window overlooking the back. It's a wonderful winter miracle. Fresh snow from the day before made the trees sparkle, the cold winter air lightly blowing a light cloud off the roof. And there in the middle of it, trudging through the deep snow, is a very cold and uncomfortable looking Haley taking boxes of her stuff into a U-Haul. The sight is sweet, and I sip my coffee in pleasure. Haley sees me as she walks back into the house, and her face goes from a grimace to a fiery glower. She could have killed me with that look if it weren't for the window between us. I smile broadly and wave. A little later, I got an email from the board explaining that they threatened her mom to evict Haley if I made 1 more complaint, and that for each more complaint I made, they would tack on the maximum $500 fine as well. It seems that Haley decided to move out rather than put me to the test. I got to watch her and her small Asian friends spend 3 hours struggling to force large furniture through deep snow drifts. She would have seen me and
Did the pirates really just try to run from me? Wait!
Back for another load. Only after they closed up the
I do want to get out my fighter.
the sigh of relief. So one important thing to understand about the story is that the way that decibel is measured is
Oh, look at my entire
10
fleet.
decibels and you go up to 15 decibels. Then the sound doesn't increase by 50%. It actually increases a lot more than that. For every 3 decibels that you increase the sound, you double the noise. So when the board member said that Haley was only 5 decibels above the maximum, that's actually 4 times as loud. Because 60 to 63 is twice as loud as 60, and 63 to 66 is again twice as loud.
Watch League of Legends videos ad-free and learn to win uninterrupted. Try our student plan.
We're here for the makers, the snowflakers, and your decorators. Because makers make the holidays special, and helping you make, well, that makes us Michaels. Made by you. Make your holiday special with all.
Shut up! I don't care about Michaels and Christmas.
Lagamore Flubber. I worked at a chain salon in the U.S. for minimum wage plus tips. We were paid on a sliding scale. The more you added services, the more your hourly pay. Back then, for back to school, we started offering $10 haircuts. It's dumb to offer a big discount on back to school because that's when everyone needs a haircut, but whatever. Except, to advertise this sale, we had to stand on a rickety step stool and hang a 10-foot long, 3-foot wide banner off the roof of our store. The step stool alone made it.
Holy crap, where's the
The
entrance?
sidewalk was uneven. Our manager insisted that we do this twice a day, at opened and at close, in case someone steals the banner. Because certainly someone would want to steal a banner with our logo that says $10 haircuts. It was annoying, but I was looking forward to my next paycheck. I had a high service dollar per hour, which should have meant a bigger hourly pay and paycheck. Except it didn't. The big discount on the haircuts was coming out of our final service dollar calculations, and we ended up making significantly less than usual. I'd worked there for years, and this was the smallest back-to-school paycheck that I'd ever seen.
Let me in!
Worked the next day, and I was pissed. That morning, me and a coworker, who was a total brown-noser and gossiper, were outside setting up the banner. It was my turn to stand on the rickety step stool, and I said that I was glad this is the last time I'll ever have to do this. I was fully prepared to make a joke about how I was going to fall and crack my head open when the petty revenge idea came into my mind, and I swiftly executed it. When she asked why, I told her not to tell anyone, but I had accepted a job at another salon with a set schedule, higher commission, and $5 more per hour. I said that I planned on putting in my 2 weeks notice, but they needed me to start sooner, so I was going to work that weekend and not come back. This would leave us understaffed for the back-to-school rush. After I reiterated that she couldn't tell anyone, especially not our boss, she agreed. I left early that day, and on my next shift, my boss pulled me into her office. She said that she heard a rumor that I was leaving to work at a different salon. I told her I had a much better offer elsewhere, but if she could match it, then I would love to stay. She said she had to put in a call to our district leader about the raise, but she said that I could work with a set schedule starting the following week. I was working until 9 p.m. some days and at 9 a.m. the next. The unpredictable schedule made finding childcare a pain in the butt. I was consistently ranked number 2 in sales for our store in the district, so the district leader approved the raise and I stayed there another 5 years. This means that I got an additional $39,000 in pay for accidentally telling the salon gossip my secrets. I also got 20% commission on $500 to $1,000 a week in product sales. That was r/pro revenge, and if you like this content, check.
This Black Friday, do you want a TV?
Welcome to r/anti-work, where people quit their jobs in the most spectacular fashion. And before we start this video, I realized that r/anti-work sounds like a kind of boring and dry subreddit, but trust me. Welcome to r/pro revenge, where OP sends her harasser to jail for 12 years. Our next Reddit post is from Bobby the Chemist. Alright, so my friend, let's call him Jay, is a senior in high school working at a photography studio. Jay is often scheduled 13-hour shifts without a food break at his job, which he doesn't mind because it's good money and he's a hard worker. This becomes important later on. Jay came home from work on Wednesday, and he was told by his mom that his grandmother is on the last leg of her life, and that they're going to see her for what will probably be the last time before she dies that upcoming Saturday. So that's 3 days away. Unfortunately, Jay's work schedule was already posted, and he was scheduled to work all day that Saturday. So Jay did what any good employee would do. He messaged...
Ah, man.
Messages manager explaining the situation, and he said that he needs someone to cover his shift that Saturday because he won't be coming in. The manager just gave him a list of people who weren't working that day for him to text and ask him if they could pick up his shift. Jay sent messages to all of them, and he was told by every single employee that day that they're busy on Welcome to r/. Am I the butthole where OP gets her teacher fired? Am I the butthole for getting a teacher fired when she wouldn't let my daughter eat in class? I'm a 47-year-old woman, and my 13-year-old daughter is a type 1 diabetic, and sometimes hypoglycemic. Alright, hold on, OP. When I read that post, when I read the title, I was thinking, geez, OP, that's a little bit extreme. But like one sentence in, I already know that you're not the butthole. If a diabetic doesn't eat when they're supposed to, don't they go into a coma? Am I right about that?
Yes.
What happens if a diabetic doesn't eat? If you don't eat, your blood sugar levels are lower and medication may drop them even more, which can lead to hypoglycemia. Hypoglycemia can cause you to feel shaky, pass out, or even go into a coma. Yes, okay. I think we can all agree that 13-year-old girls don't need to fall into a coma in the middle of class. But hey, we'll read the rest of the post anyways, just to see what happens. But OP, I'm already on your side. One sentence in, I already know that you're not the butthole. Due to this, we set up a 504 that says that she can eat a snack in class whenever needed, along with other accommodations. For those who don't know, a 504 plan is a formal plan that schools develop to give kids with disabilities the support they need. Anyways, at one point, one of her teachers, who is apparently a new teacher, denied my daughter a snack while she was hypoglycemic. My daughter nearly passed out, but in her next class, the teacher had enough common sense to let her eat a snack before passing out at school. When my daughter told me about this, I immediately called the teacher. When the teacher called back, I lectured her and told her that she has to let my daughter eat a snack when needed. She said that snacks aren't allowed in class, but I told her that due to my daughter's 504, she is legally required to give my daughter an exception to that rule. And I recommended that she give the 504 plan another read. Before hanging up, I told her that if she does this again, I will contact the principal and let him know. I recorded this call on my husband's phone, by the way. A month goes by, and the same thing happens again. I requested a meeting with the principal, and my husband played back the call between me and the teacher. I told the principal the teacher has done this twice, and he needs to have a talk with her. As it turns out, he actually fired her for violating the Americans with Disabilities Act. How do I know? I ran into her at Publix. She told me that it's my fault that I got her fired over some stupid snacks, and I need to stop raising an entitled brat. Instead of arguing back, I just walked away. Was I really the butthole? Did I actually go too far? Okay, so in a moment, we can talk about just how much of a butthole this teacher is. But before I get into that, down in the comments, Forward Beyond points out, not the butthole. A 504 is a legally binding agreement that the school must follow. The teacher was actually probably fired because she didn't follow the 504, and the school could get into a lot of trouble for that. Yeah, so turns out violating federal law is a really, really big deal. And if this is a public school, which I'm just going to guess that it is because most schools are public, then a publicly funded school absolutely must follow federal guidelines, period. And then, like, putting aside the fact that the school is legally required to follow the 504, there's the ethical consideration. Like, okay, so a teacher's job is to teach kids stuff. Okay, fine. But really, number one on the list of teacher responsibilities is keep the kids safe. Like, I don't care what your job responsibility is. If you have a mind...
Owning your own business means pulling your own strings. That's why VSP individual vision plans let you care for your eye health on your terms. So choose your lens and
minor under your care. Then rule number one has to always be keep the kid safe. Then you can worry about teaching the kid or whatever. But instead of upholding her ethical and professional responsibility, she risked your daughter passing out into a coma because what? She didn't want to have a snack in the class? Like, what's the big deal? OP, that teacher 100% should have been fired. Because if she refuses to accommodate disabled children, then she has no business working as a teacher, point blank. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving the teacher 5 out of 5 buttholes. She literally endangered the life of a child twice. Am I the butthole for kicking my pregnant sister and her husband out of the house 8 months earlier than we planned? I'm a 40-year-old female. My sister Sophie, who's 26, and her husband Ben, who's 28, have been trying to have a kid recently. And about 3 months ago, my sister confirmed to the family that she was pregnant. I also have 2 kids. My son, Max, who's 17, and my daughter Amelia, who's 11. Max is gay, which I have to point out because it's pertinent to the incident, and he's currently dating another boy named Charlie. If I'm being honest, I don't completely understand everything about his sexuality, but I support him unconditionally, and I try my best to keep an open mind and listen to his problems. I can tell that he's happy with Charlie, and they often hang out at the house together watching movies or playing games. As long as they're being safe and responsible, I frankly don't mind what they do, and really, I've gotten to know Charlie pretty well with how often he's over here. I don't think that he's out to his parents yet, so the boys will usually come here after school. Okay, now on to the problem. So, my sister and her husband recently got evicted from their apartment, and they didn't have a place to stay. My sister and I have never been close, so I suggested she try our parents first. But she was adamant that she stay at my house since we have a guest room, and that if they stayed at our parents', they would have to sleep on the couch. I gave in, of course, because I would feel terrible if I didn't, and we agreed that she and her husband could live with us for a year to find a house and get their life together. About 2 months in, and I'm honestly surprised that she didn't find out earlier since they were not being subtle about it. But Sophie saw Charlie and Max kiss and immediately gave me this disapproving glare. She had never acted overtly homophobic to anyone, so I was surprised when she went full-on freakouts. She said something along the lines of, "Why are you letting them do that? That isn't normal." And she went on that stereotypical rant. "The boys are for girls. Boys shouldn't be together, blah, blah, blah." And basically just being super hateful and mean. My son really liked Sophie, and I could tell that what she was saying really hurt him. Here's where I might be the butthole. I got pissed, and I told her she had the rest of the day to pack her stuff and get out of my house. They left to stay with Sophie's friend, but now I'm getting phone calls and texts telling me that I'm heartless, that she's pregnant, how could I, etc. Should I have just let her stay? I honestly don't know what to do, but Max looks absolutely heartbroken right now. I don't think that he was expecting her to act like that. Am I the butthole? OP, you're a parent. You're a parent to 2 children. Yeah, it's commendable that you're trying to maintain a relationship with your sister that you're not super close to, but as a parent, your #1 responsibility is making sure that your kids are safe. Your son, Max, is still a minor. He lives with you and he's under your care. If you bring someone into your house to live with you, and that person starts trashing on your son, criticizing his lifestyle and calling him disgusting, then that person needs to leave immediately. You can't accommodate your homophobic sister at the expense of your gay son. So, no OP, you're completely justified. And what's more, it's not like you were literally throwing her out into the street because she had other options. She moved into her friend's place, and also she could just go stay at your mom's place. It's like, really, what did this woman expect? That she was gonna move into someone else's house, rent-free, criticize their children, and then just like, what? Get away with it, I guess? I will say though, and I'm not going to give you a butthole score at all for this, but I think it probably would have been better if you had given more than a 24-hour notice, because that is not a lot of time to pack up your stuff and leave. I think if I were in your shoes, OP, what I would have done was given them a 1-week notice and been very clear and said, listen, if you criticize my child one more time, then you are instantly out of the house. The second you criticize them again, you're gone. A 24-hour notice is really short to find new housing. But that being said, you really do have to put your kids first, so I don't blame you for making that decision. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your sister 3 out of 5 buttholes. Man, you know, actually thinking about it, would I really give someone who criticized my kid a week's notice? I'm not sure if I would. I know that I probably should. Like, it would be the morally superior thing to do. But would I do that? I'm actually not so sure now that I think about it. I'd probably just kick them out, to be honest with you. I'd be mad. I'd be angry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm on your side, OP. I'm on your side. Am I the butthole for telling my neighbor that her husband isn't the catch she thinks he is? I'm a 28-year-old woman, and I recently attended a neighborhood barbecue where this mommy influencer started asking me about my love life in front of the other neighbors. Now, this
How did you get in here?
She's a decade younger than her husband. When I told her that I wasn't interested in getting married or into a committed relationship, relationship, she made comments saying that she was worried I would end up as some bitter old cat lady. She insinuated that me being easy is what's keeping me from finding a life partner, and that if I saw a therapist and sorted out my issues, I would also end up with a catch like her husband's. I got really angry and pretty much humiliated her and her husband in front of the other neighbors, saying that her husband isn't that much of a catch, because he pretty much cheated on his first wife and abandoned his kids from his first marriage, and that their picture-perfect Instagram family isn't going to fool me into idealizing them. I said that ending up with a guy like her husband was my worst nightmare, and that her choice in men is unfortunate. She left the barbecue crying and now wants me to apologize to her. Am I the butthole? So I think some people listening to this story might be inclined to say that everyone sucks here, but I disagree. Based on what I'm reading on this story, OP was pretty much minding her own business when this other woman sticks her nose in her business and then judges her for her life choices. She basically called OP a slut and implied that she would end up lonely and miserable. But maybe that's what OP wants. And then, after OP was criticized for no reason, she tries to get that same energy back to this influencer. And suddenly she's breaking down in tears? Nah, I'm not buying it. OP, the only thing you did was match this girl's energy and send it back to her, and she couldn't handle it. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes, and I'm giving her 1.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for locking myself and my newborn in the guest bedroom so that I could finally spend some time with her away from my wife? Hello, Reddit. My daughter is 2 weeks old. I've barely held her since she was born. My wife constantly has her. When I do get to hold her, my wife just starts crying hysterically until I give her back. I asked her why, and she said that she was anxious that something would happen to our daughter, and that's why she felt the need to hold her so close. No matter how much I tried to reassure her, she just wouldn't let up. I practically begged her to just let me hold her so that my wife could shower, eat, and care for herself, but nothing worked. I felt like I was losing precious bonding time with my daughter, so I did what I thought I had to do. My wife fell asleep on the sofa with our child. I took my daughter, went to the guest bedroom, and locked the door. My wife woke up shortly after, very upset of course that our daughter wasn't with her. She soon realized that I was in the guest room and begged me to open the door. She was crying, kicking, and screaming. I didn't open the door though, and I spent a good couple of hours with our daughter in there. Apparently my wife called her mom, because I got a call from my mother-in-law cussing me out, saying how I shouldn't be taking a newborn from her postpartum mother and other things like that. My wife has been furious with me and won't speak to me.
As she should.
I'm just so frustrated because I really just want to spend quality time with...
Turns out we all stopped swiping to watch battle dances, and it turns out...
It's kind of weird. Y'all need therapy.
I feel empowered. I feel like the Dimitri post-diagnosis loves every inch of himself. Ask your healthcare provider if Big Tarby is right for you.
With my child, but maybe that wasn't the way to do it. Am I the butthole? OP. Oh my god. So, I can't really say what's wrong with your wife. I'm not a doctor, I'm not a psychologist. It sounds like there's some really major, like serious medical issues going on. Maybe it's anxiety, postpartum depression, maybe her meds are off, I don't know, but her behavior is really bizarre. I can definitely sympathize with you, OP, because if I were in your shoes, I would definitely want to spend time with my daughter too. But, like, can you not see the warning flags in front of you? Like, something's wrong here. Your wife needs help. She needs medical attention. And the way that you respond to that very obvious red flag is to take the baby from her without letting her know, sneaking off into a room, and then locking the door while she weeps and pounds on the door for literally hours, and you just ignore her? Like, whoa, OP, whoa. I'm not going to give your wife a butthole score. I think it's not applicable out of 5 buttholes, because I think she's having some kind of, like, genuine medical problem. But as for you, OP, yeah, I'm giving you 4 out of 5 buttholes. You should be able to hold and play with your daughter. Of course you should be able to. But the way that you got that, at the expense of your wife's mental health, is really alarming. And what's more than that, how have you not taken your wife to see a medical professional by now? OP, please seek professional help. Also, one thing I want to point out, because I'm a new father, so I'm kind of aware of these things, is He said that his wife fell asleep with the daughter on the sofa, and it's not clear if he meant that she was actually holding the baby. I'm guessing that she was, because she flips out whenever she's not holding the baby. And falling asleep with your baby in your arms is extremely dangerous, because obviously if you're asleep, then you lose like your grip on things and like it'll just fall down. So if you fall asleep with your baby in your arms, your baby will literally just roll off your arms and land on the floor, and that's how a baby can get seriously injured. So if your wife is doing this, if she's so exhausted and so attached to the baby that she literally won't put the baby down where the baby needs to sleep, and instead she falls asleep with the baby in her arms, this is red flag city, OP. This is red flag city. Am I the butthole for not wanting my disabled sister at my wedding? The title sounds awful, but please read all the way to the end. I'm a 22-year-old woman, and my sister, Anna, who's 21, is special needs. She has severe autism, and while she is verbal, most of her communication is physical, like sign language, due to her social discomfort. She does speak around family, though, and she has pretty bad cognitive skills. She can't comprehend boundaries, and she lives with our parents, who can best watch her. I'm getting married in 3 months. We planned a simple wedding and reception at my fiancé Michael's parents' farm. Since it's all going to be DIY and we aren't planning anything too expensive, we can do things pretty quickly since flowers, food, and decor will be provided by his family. I sent out invites last week and I asked that Anna not come. I told my parents that I understood that would mean that they may not show up, but this was just a heads up. So why no Anna? My sister Anna has an issue with touching Michael and trying to kiss him. At times when we were at my parents' house, Anna would try to grab Michael's hand, try to lean in and kiss him, or would have a really bad shutdown if she wasn't allowed to be directly next to Michael. We've tried speaking to her, but there's almost so much she can do when she doesn't fully understand. I told my parents I just want one day for Michael to be my partner and not Anna's comfort person. They called me selfish and asked how I expected them to agree to something like this. They told me Anna's disabled and may never experience a wedding of her own. And while I have Michael for probably the rest of our lives, she'll have no one. And that Michael and I should be a little more understanding of the reality of her life. I feel like a total butthole, and what they're saying has really gotten to me, and I'm starting to question my decision. Am I the butthole? And then Opie posted an update. My parents called me letting me know that they won't be coming, and that it's best that I don't bring Michael around anymore because I've chosen some man over my sister. They told me that Anna wanting to kiss Michael and hug him is normal for a woman her age.
I'm sorry, no, that is not normal, sir.
They try to redirect her during the wedding, but they said Michael is going to be family to her, and he needs to get over it. I suggested they watch a live stream of the wedding, and they said that's not fair and they deserve to see things in person. I even offered to pay for someone with proper credentials to watch it for that day while my parents attend my wedding. My parents asked me what I would do when they die, and they asked if I would just pawn her off at every opportunity. I dropped the unfortunate truth bomb that I don't want to put any more of my life aside for Anna anymore. I did that up until I turned 18. I said that Anna is not my responsibility, and I won't be her keeper. I assured them that I would pay for her care.
Scan materials.
If she's okay doing this to Michael, then I worry if I ever do choose to have kids, what she'll do to them. They said that I was sick for suggesting she would do anything to my future kids and hung up on me. They sent a lengthy text telling me not to contact them until I could do the right thing. So that's where we are right now. OP, I think that you're pretty safely not the butthole here. I think of all days, it's perfectly reasonable to expect that no one else try to kiss and hug your husband on your wedding day. And like, I get that your parents are trying to be considerate of your sister, but what about Michael? This guy set boundaries and those boundaries aren't being respected. Doesn't he have a right to not be sexually harassed every single day, especially on his wedding day? Like, it's not just OP's wedding day, it's also Michael's wedding day too. He has just as much of a right as OP does to feel safe and comfortable at his own wedding. Honestly, I feel like your parents are being hypocritical and really selfish here, OP. They just keep excusing Anna's behavior instead of trying to correct it or deal with it in a healthy way, and that just doesn't seem like the right course of action. If a 21-year-old male with mental disabilities was trying to hug and kiss one of their daughters, would they think the same way about it? Because I seriously doubt it. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, sexual assault is sexual assault, even if it's coming from a disabled person. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your parents 3 out of 5 buttholes. That was r/Am I the Butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the
Whatever you're looking for, book your perfect stay every time at Booking.com.
That's ridiculous, man.
From hotels to apartments and everything in between, we've got the perfect place for you to stay at Booking.com.
No bee works harder than a worker bee. That's why when it comes to helping my queen...
Artist Sphere?
ExpressVPN. Welcome to r/Am I the Butthole, where a 16-year-old girl refuses to be her father's replacement wife. Am I the butthole for telling my dad that I'm not his replacement wife? I'm a 16-year-old girl, and my mom passed away recently. My brother, who's 14, and my dad are so devastated by this tragic loss, and we're struggling. I've basically found myself handling all the chores and work around the house. My brother is too traumatized. He hasn't been talking since the funeral, and my dad hasn't been lifting a finger to do a single thing. He started making requests, from cleaning the messy living room, to picking up dirty laundry, to doing dishes, cooking and ordering food, walking the dogs, vacuuming, doing repairs, mowing the lawn, washing the car, etc. My brother has stopped doing his chores, and I'm getting so exhausted.
2 million?
To do all the chores, and
Jesus! I understand it's a lost artifact, but that guy only gave it to me for 85.
How I get things done, and
850,000.
Takes me to make breakfast.
Ridiculous, man.
Yesterday he woke me up at 6 a.m.
Yay!
And even though he told me to skip school, he wanted me to make him breakfast. I made some scrambled eggs and prepared some other dishes, and then went to wake up my brother. I set the table, and once my dad sat down, he looked at the scrambled eggs and said, "What is this? This isn't the right way to make scrambled eggs. Your mother used to make perfect scrambled eggs. Did you not learn anything from her at all? How are we supposed to survive if you can't even properly make scrambled eggs?" He looked at my brother and said, "We're doomed." I snapped and loudly told him that I am not his replacement wife, and he can't expect me to do all these chores for him. He looked at me stunned, and my brother left the room. My dad started telling me how cruel and insensitive I was, and how out of line I was. I replied that I was too tired to make the perfect scrambled eggs, and maybe if he as a parent had tried to learn something, then we wouldn't be suffering right now. My dad just stood up and walked out. My aunt came to visit, and when I told her what happened, she went off on me, saying that I should have never said that to my grieving dad, and
complete coward.
Myself for talking to him like that. Am I the butthole? Wow, OP, your family is mega sexist. It's okay for your dad to sit around the house and grieve and do nothing. It's okay for your brother to sit around the house and grieve and do nothing. But it's not okay for you to sit around the house and grieve and do nothing? No, apparently, just because you're the woman in the family, you have to clean, cook, and do all the other chores, despite the fact that you also lost your mother. In my opinion, parents who force their kids to take on the role of adults just so the family can function are straight up abusing their children. This is emotional abuse, OP, plain and simple. Your father is the parent. He's the adult in the situation. It's his responsibility to keep the family functioning, to keep the house running, to keep you guys fed, to make sure you go to school. And instead, he's shoving that all over to you like it's your responsibility? No. OP, you are completely not the butthole here. But unfortunately, it sounds like your entire family is too sexist to see that. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your aunt 2 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your brother 2 out of 5 buttholes. And I'm giving your father 5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for getting mad at my wife because she caused me to fail an important interview? I'm a 27-year-old male. I've been married to my wife. I've been looking for a job with better pay since my wife said that she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom after birth. Today, I had an interview for a position at a very good IT company that would pay me triple my current salary. The company was taking a lot of measures to prevent malpractice. For example, I wasn't even allowed to look off screen, and the test was conducted on an online platform. I had told my wife numerous times before the exam started about the strict rules that I had to follow. Just 15 minutes after my test started, my wife started knocking on my study door and calling out my name, saying that she wanted me to open a jar. I ignored her because I would be disqualified from the interview if I looked anywhere else or spoke. I figured that she would get the hint that I couldn't talk. But she didn't. She yelled at me, calling me a butthole, and then called her friends on speakerphone. It didn't stop with the phone calls. She also played loud music for her online dance yoga class. It was extremely distracting, and I made a lot of mistakes in the exam. It was a multiple choice test, so I got the results immediately, and as expected, I failed miserably. I was livid at my wife. This is the 5th interview that she's ruined like this. I told her that I give up on trying to make her life easier and that I'm not ready to go looking for any more jobs since she doesn't even want to maintain silence during important interviews. I told her to start working again after the birth and that I'm okay paying for a nanny/babysitter. She said that I'm being unreasonable to expect perfect silence at home. Am I the butthole? Okay, OP, I am absolutely thrilled to come across this story because what happened with you and your wife is extremely similar to what happened to me and my wife. With the critical difference is that my wife isn't a giant butthole like your wife is. So obviously, I have a YouTube channel and a podcast, and I'm recording audio for people to listen to. And so obviously, I need a certain level of silence in the home. I have really advanced, expensive, high-quality audio equipment, so if the house is noisy, my microphone will pick that up and you guys will be able to hear it. I record in the basement of my home, and my wife is on the ground level, the floor above me, or on the 2nd floor. Also, as you may know, my wife gave birth earlier this year, so since then she's been a stay-at-home mom. And yeah, there has been friction. There have been times where I'm like, hey, I really need you to stop what you're doing because I'm trying to record. I can't record anything if you're cooking or walking around or vacuuming. I just have to stop and wait for you to finish. And this is my job. It's supporting me, it's supporting my wife, so I have to be able to do this. This is non-negotiable. And my wife, because she's logical and not a butthole and she cares about me, she completely understands, and if I have to record, she goes upstairs, or she sits quietly on the sofa and watches the TV at a very low volume, or just scrolls her phone, or just chills. There's a bunch of things that you can do in your own home as a mom or as a pregnant lady that doesn't involve making the house super noisy. And at the same time, my wife also has chores to do while I'm working. She has to, cook and take care of the baby. So we worked out a system where there are times where she's allowed to be noisy, and I do other work that isn't recording. I'll make YouTube thumbnails or upload videos and do the SEO stuff. There's a bunch of stuff I can do that isn't recording, but is still important to work. You see, OP, this is a normal, healthy, reasonable way to solve this problem. You need quiet time. She needs noisy time. The solution isn't for her to be oh, well, you can't expect perfect silence 24/7. No, of course not. But it is reasonable to expect perfect silence from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. when you're trying to take an online test. OP, your wife is a major butthole here. She is extremely disrespectful. I'm giving her 3 out of 5 buttholes because she clearly doesn't respect you. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. It is very reasonable for you to get upset at your wife here. However, you said that this is the 5th interview that she's ruined. At some point, OP, part of this blame comes to you. Obviously, she's the one who's doing things wrong, right? She's a problem person. But if she's messed up interview 1, then interview 2, then interview 3, then interview 4, then you have this 5th interview. I don't know why on earth you ever expected your wife to suddenly be cooperative on this 5th interview and be completely silent. That is insane to me, OP. What you obviously should have done was found some other place where you could have taken this interview, maybe your friend's place or a coffee shop if they would have allowed it. Or if necessary, you could have just rented an office suite for a day. It would have been expensive, but at least you wouldn't have to worry about your wife ruining your interview. And I'm not saying this to blame you, because I totally understand that the wife is the problem here. What else did you expect, man? What else could you have possibly expected except your wife being disrespectful for the 5th consecutive time? So oh no, I bet tonight is coming soon.
Ludwig, with YouTube Music Premium, they're all at.
Oh, no. Get YouTube Premium.
Free gas hack. What's good? It's your boy Benny, and I'm going to the gas station. Hey, with credit card my money.
My heart really goes out to you, OP, but the relationship you have with this wife is not based on respect. Either she doesn't respect you, or she's actively sabotaging your interviews. I'm not sure which. Am I the butthole for telling my wife to stop being so jealous of my friend's fiance? I'm a 36-year-old male, and my 35-year-old wife and I are good friends with another couple. My best friend Matt, who's 36, and his fiance Rachel, who's 24. Rachel models and is very attractive. My wife is less conventionally attractive, but I fell in love with her for her humor and good spirit, which I personally find more attractive than good looks. Recently, I've noticed my wife making a lot of comments about Rachel, calling her an airhead and just being kind of mean. When my wife makes these comments in private, I'm able to stand up for Rachel, but when they're made in public, I obviously don't want to embarrass my wife by calling her out. My wife and I went on a trip with Matt and Rachel last week, which we've been planning for a while and I'm really looking forward to. At dinner one night, my wife made
the heck was that?
After we started talking about the economy. She said, "Don't worry, Rachel, you can join in the conversation once the smart people are done talking." My wife was the only person who laughed. I was completely embarrassed, and once we were alone, I told my wife that she'd been really rude, and I was ashamed of her. I told her she needs to stop making nasty comments, and she agreed. However, the next night we all went out to a bar. Rachel was getting a lot of attention from the guys there who were sipping over drinks. My wife was looking visibly annoyed that she wasn't receiving the same attention, so I tried to lift her spirits by paying for all her drinks and making a fuss over her. One guy came over and said that Rachel looks just like the model Zendaya. My wife let out a massive laugh and said, "You mean to say Whoopi Goldberg?" I turned to my wife and straight up said, "You really are jealous, aren't you?" She looked hurt, but she didn't have time to respond because Rachel had left the table in tears. I followed Matt, and I told Rachel that I was so sorry for my wife's words and that I was ashamed of her behavior. When I reunited with my wife, she told me I was horrible for calling her jealous in front of everyone and embarrassing her. I told her straight up that she was just jealous of Rachel because Rachel is more attractive than her. I realized in hindsight that this was a really heavy thing to say, and I can see why she would be hurt by it. However, I stand by the fact that it was said in anger. Am I the butthole? Yeah, OP, I think I'd say you're not the butthole here. Your wife is very obviously jealous, and she's trying to take it out on Rachel. So it's okay for your wife to embarrass Rachel, but it's not okay for people to embarrass your wife. So OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes, and I'm giving your wife 2 out of 5 buttholes. She really needs to get over her jealousy problem. Am I the butthole for no longer letting my boyfriend eat what I cook after he raided my food in front of my family? I'm 25, and my boyfriend Jerry, who's 31, has a culinary art diploma. He works 2 jobs related to his field. One as a chef, and the other as a cooking instructor. We've been dating for almost 16 months now, by the way. I had no experience in cooking, but he encouraged me to learn and help my skills improve so much, even though he has a habit of rating every meal I cook, which I find a bit rude. For example, he'll say, "This dish gets 7 out of 10. This dish gets 8.3 out of 10. This dish would have gotten 9 out of 10 if the sauce wasn't so salty," etc. I didn't feel great with him rating my food, no matter the score, but he says he's helping me improve, so... My family came over to visit, and I wanted to cook their favorite meals. Jerry sat with my parents and chatted until the food was ready. He started eating, and he kept making comments about my choice of meals. Once he put his fork down, he cleared his throat and literally started rating every dish I made by giving me 7 out of 10 for this, 4.8 out of 10 for this, and 6 out of 10 for that. My family was so confused, and I was floored. I felt awful because he just kept giving me advice on how to improve my score next time. He kept a straight face while doing it. It was awkward, just awkward the entire evening. We had a
How have I not gone to Hispania yet? The Hispanic district of the...
I told him that I'm not going to let him eat anything that I cook anymore. He said that I was overreacting and claimed that what he was doing is just constructive criticism, and I shouldn't take it personally since he's just used to rating his students' work. I said that I'm not his damn student, and he's not Gordon Ramsay to be heavily putting down my efforts in front of my family. He got offended and said my reaction was way over the top because he was just giving constructive criticism to make me progress, and he said he was just trying to help.
That's not constructive criticism, that's just wanting to be a dick for no reason.
And just a low blow to his abilities as a respectable chef with a respectable career. He then asked what made me think it was okay to come at him like that over a few ratings. He said that he was...
I got an idea, OP. How about you get him to cook and then rate his dishes? 3 out of 10 for that chicken. 2 out of what? 2 out of 10 for that macaroni and cheese.
Next time you're past...
The blends of cheese are just terrible.
Well, I think I'd have to give you 4 out of 10. You put in a lot of effort, but it just didn't last long enough for me. Also, the facial expressions you were making the whole time were kind of a turn-off, so that lost you a few points. Then when he gets upset, "What's wrong, sweetie? I thought that you liked constructive criticism. I just want to help you improve." No, jokes aside, your boyfriend is obviously being a butthole here. There's a huge difference between helping someone improve and insulting them in front of their family. If he wanted to critique your cooking, which, fine, okay, I mean, he's a cook, he's trying to help you, that's reasonable. Why does he have to do that in front of your entire family, insulting you in front of your mother, your father, your siblings? That's just extremely disrespectful. He could have just waited till your family left and then said, "Hey, it was nice seeing your family, but would you like your ratings on your dishes now? Because you can do this better, that better, blah, blah, blah." Like, why make a big show out of it, of criticizing a family member like that? It's just really, really weird, really out of touch. I think what's really going on here is that this is some kind of, like, power play. This guy is obviously a professional, he knows what he's doing, he's very confident in his abilities. So, yeah, he's helping you, but I think that he likes the difference between him and you because it gives him a feeling of superiority, it gives him a feeling of control, and so he just enjoys, like, putting you down. I think he likes it. Am I the butthole for proving that I'm the owner of my own home? I'm a 20-year-old woman, and I was fortunate enough to buy a house. For it only costing $15K, I have to say it's quite nice. It didn't really need much work besides a new roof, and the cabinets needed to be replaced, but my dad is a carpenter, so that didn't really matter much. The previous owner was an older man who unfortunately passed away after living in this house for a long time. I finally got to move in 2 months ago. It's been fun making it on my own, but it's taken some time to get used to living alone. 3 weeks after moving in, I was outside clearing out a few places in my yard to plant a garden and flowers in the spring. I live in the Midwest, so I wanted to get this done before the ground freezes. Aha, OP. I was wondering how you managed to get a house for $15,000, but now I see it's because you live in the Midwest, so that all makes sense now. My next door neighbor, I'll call her Jane, who's in her 50s, came out and introduced herself. I explained that I just moved in and I was preparing my yard for spring. She said it was nice that someone was doing work for the old man and gave me a spiel about how it's a quiet neighborhood and I shouldn't have parties. I told her that I don't throw parties, but I was planning on hosting a housewarming and Thanksgiving party soon. She said that it was weird to throw a housewarming party when I was just renting. I told her I owned the house. She didn't believe me and she went home. Last week I was out painting my front door. She stormed over, yelling that I'd better have permission to paint someone else's house. I, again, told her that I own this home. She started yelling that I was too young to buy a house and that she was contacting my landlord. I told her to stop being a busybody and leave me alone. She started demanding proof. I told her it was none of her business and to get off my property. She walked to the edge of her yard and called the cops, saying that I was a squatter. When the cops showed up, I showed them my paperwork and...
Book with confidence at Booking.com, the world's leading online travel agency. Take the stress out of booking a vacation.
And I asked them to trespass Jane from my home. Jane is still angry. I was talking to my dad the next day asking what I should do. He said that I was the butthole for making enemies with my neighbors and I should have just shown her proof to put her mind to rest. I don't feel like I was in the wrong, but my dad thinks that I was. Am I the butthole? OP, your dad is 100% incorrect here. He's completely off the mark. So she comes over to your yard and demands to see proof that you own the house. Not only is that completely not her business, but who's to say that it stops there? What if she thinks that you have, someone tied up in your basement and she wants to go see your basement? What if she says that her dog or her cat ran into your house and she wants to go inside and check? Like, you can't just be like, "Oh, of course, neighbor, whatever you want. I don't want to be your enemy." No, this is your house, this is your property, you have a right to privacy. Also, your dad seems to be operating under the completely mistaken assumption that we're dealing with a reasonable person here. I think that, realistically, OP, your neighbor would have turned into your enemy no matter what you did. She sounds like a total Karen, and believe me when I tell you that the harassment is not going to stop. I strongly encourage you to buy security cameras that cover your entire property, OP, because your neighbor will continue to harass you. OP, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. You're just trying to live your best life. I'm giving your dad 1 out of 5 buttholes because he's just clueless. I'm giving your neighbor 3 out of 5 buttholes because she's a nosy, entitled Karen. Her logic doesn't even make sense. Like, yeah, it's uncommon for a 20-year-old to own a house, but in the Midwest, where property prices are like sometimes in the 5-figure range, that's completely reasonable. Especially when you've got situations where parents buy their kids' houses. It's not unheard of. It's not common, sure, but like, it happens all the time. It happens every day. So why is she completely incapable of wrapping her head around the idea of a 20-year-old owning a house? Okay, I'm going to talk about today's sponsor, ExpressVPN, and why I honestly think that everybody should use a VPN. Nowadays, it seems like your entire life is online. Email, chat conversation, shopping history, private photos, late night video searches. Don't you want your data to be protected? ExpressVPN. Welcome to r/entitled parents, where a grandma tries to tell two parents, "Give me your kids or I'm calling the cops." Our next Reddit post is from Alaska Lost Angel. So listen to this week that I've had. On Friday night at around 10:30 p.m., my mother-in-law texted my husband informing us that she would be at our apartment to get the kids Saturday evening. She worded this as an FYI, not a request. At the time, we told her that we had plans for Saturday evening, but she could come get them if weather permitted. She argued this, but eventually gave in. Saturday night comes, and the roads are not safe. We've had snow and rain all day, with more in the forecast for Sunday. My husband texted my mother-in-law that the kids wouldn't be going anywhere because of these road conditions. My mother-in-law agreed that the roads were bad, and we thought that was the end of it. On Sunday, my husband went to work, and the kids and I went about our normal weekend routine. Then, at noon, my mother-in-law showed up on my porch informing me that she was taking the kids. I reiterated that my husband had told her the kids were not leaving the house because the roads were not safe. She proceeded to scream at me that she can take the kids whenever she wants because they're mine. I told her to have a good day, then shut road conditions. My mother-in-law agreed that the roads were bad, and we thought that was the end of it. On Sunday, my husband went to work, and the kids and I went about our normal weekend routine. Then, at noon, my mother-in-law showed up on my porch informing me that she was taking the kids. I reiterated that my husband had told her the kids were not leaving the house because the roads were not safe. She proceeded to scream at me that she can take the kids whenever she wants because they're mine. I told her to have a good day, then shut and locked the door. I then texted my husband to let him know what had happened and to expect her to contact him. She sat in her parking spot, screaming at my husband for 10 minutes on the phone, and then left. When she left, I called a friend to come over in case my mother-in-law came back before my husband got home from work. The day was going normally, until at 3 p.m., someone tried to walk into our apartment without knocking and then began pounding on the door. My mother-in-law was back, knowing there was about 5 hours until my husband got home. I did not open that door. She started calling and texting my husband at work, telling him to call her or she would call the cops. My husband did not call her. About an hour before my husband got off work, my mother-in-law texted him saying that she had called the cops and she was waiting for them to arrive. My husband took a different route home, which allowed him to avoid walking past her car, and we went about our normal night. She finally pulled out of the parking lot at 9:30 p.m., 6.5 hours after she first arrived. The text messages and calls haven't stopped, and today she left my husband a voicemail threatening legal action if he doesn't call her and let her see the kids. We've removed her from all the kids' information at their schools in case she tries to go that route, and we're currently looking for a lawyer to make sure that nothing happens. 911, what's your emergency?
Hello, police. I'd like to report a kidnapping.
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm sorry to hear that. Your kids have been kidnapped?
Yes, my precious grandchildren have been kidnapped.
Kidnapped by who, ma'am?
By their parents.
By their parents?
Yes, you understand perfectly. My son and my daughter-in-law won't let me come see my precious grandchildren.
Do you have legal custody of your grandkids, ma'am?
No, their parents do, of course, but they're my grandchildren, so I have rights.
Ma'am, I'm hanging up now. Please only call in the event of an actual emergency. Our next Reddit post is from Blue Ellen. So, I used to go to this youth thing at church. We stayed at hotels, went skiing, and listened to sermons. We also had adult chaperones to go with us. During this last year...
Watch yoga videos ad-free and practice uninterrupted. Try our student play.
Year of me attending this youth church thing.
You think you're good stuff?
The bathroom during a sermon. So I very quietly got up, walked to the back, and went to the bathroom. The bathroom was only like 3 feet from the sermon room, so I wasn't going very far. When I came out of the bathroom, an entitled parent was waiting for me.
Where did you go?
The bathroom?
Why didn't you tell anyone?
I didn't think I needed to.
Well, you do. You always need to tell us where you're going.
I'm 18 years old. I'm an adult.
Not here, you're not. We're in charge of you. You have to obey us. I can
I'm sorry, what did...
Grandkids, ma'am?
No, their parents do, of course, but they're my grandchildren, so I have rights.
Ma'am, I'm hanging up now. Please only call in the event of an actual emergency. Our next Reddit post is from Blue Ellen. So, I used to go to this youth thing at church. We stayed at hotels, went skiing, and listened to sermons. We also had adult chaperones to go with us. During this last year of me attending this youth church thing, I was 18. I had to go to the bathroom during a sermon, so I very quietly got up, walked to the back, and went to the bathroom. The bathroom was only like 3 feet from the sermon room, so I wasn't going very far. When I came out of the bathroom, an entitled parent was waiting for me.
Where did you go?
The bathroom?
Why didn't you tell anyone?
I didn't think I needed to.
Well, you do. You always need to tell us where you're going.
I'm 18 years old. I'm an adult.
Not here, you're not. We're in charge of you. You have to obey us.
I can literally go to the gas station across the street, buy cigarettes and a lighter, and you can't do a single thing to stop me. I just turned around and walked back to the sermon. 15 minutes later, I went to the bathroom again. I saw her looking at me, and I gave her a smile as I walked by. She glared at me. The reason why I was so snarky, because these were the same people who couldn't remember my name and tried to control my life. Plus, my church was filled with stuck-up snobs who thought they were better than the other church groups. I went to the bathroom again. I saw her looking at me, and I gave her a smile as I walked by. She glared at me. The reason why I was so snarky, because these were the same people who couldn't remember my name and tried to control my life. Plus, my church was filled with stuck-up snobs who thought they were better than
holograms.
Down in the comments, we had this story from Bleeding Blue.
A million.
A similar experience.
A gyroscope.
Only the pastor stopped the sermon to ask, "Where do you think you're going, young lady?" And I said, "To the bathroom?" And he said, "No, you aren't. Sit your butt back down." And he gave my dad a disappointed look. I didn't sit back down, so he snapped at me to comply with his orders. I didn't move and just said, "Well, I will, but only if you're okay with me bleeding all over the chair." The look on his face still gives me glee to this day. He just waved his hand at me in disgust and said, "Be quick about it." After I was done in the bathroom, I waited for my family in the parking lot, and I never set foot inside that building again. So, my husband and I were one of the last to board a plane because he had misplaced his boarding ticket and we had to search for it. When we got on, we were walking up the plane and we could see our row. The plane was pretty much full and all settled in, and a couple that was older than us was sitting in our seats in a row of 3. I checked our tickets, and then asked the couple what seats they were supposed to be in because those were ours. They refused to move. They had scored 3 seats for the 2 of them, whereas the row in front of them had 1 girl at the window seat. The stewardess came over, and since those 2 jerks were older and playing the age card, the hostess asked us to sit in the seats in front. My husband argued that, in the event of an accident, our names weren't in the right locations. However, the hostess said that she would swap those over. So, we sat down next to the girl in the window seat who took up no room whatsoever. The couple behind us were very loudly gloating at their win and discussing how they would have a very pleasant 14-hour trip home. My husband told me, as soon as we can, to recline the seats because he was pissed off at their gloating. And because he had misplaced his boarding ticket and we had to search for it. When we got on, we were walking up the plane and we could see our row. The plane was pretty much full and all settled in, and a couple that was older than us was sitting in our seats in a row of 3. I checked our tickets, and then asked the couple what seats they were supposed to be in because those were ours. They refused to move. They had scored 3 seats for the 2 of them, whereas the row in front of them had 1 girl at the window seat. The stewardess came over, and since those 2 jerks were older and playing the age card, the hostess asked us to sit in the seats in front. My husband argued that in the event of an accident, our names weren't in the right locations. However, the hostess said that she would swap those over. So we sat down next to the girl in the window seat who took up no room whatsoever. The couple behind us were very loudly gloating at their win and discussing how they would have a very pleasant 14-hour trip home. My husband told me, as soon as we can, to recline the seats because he was pissed off at their gloating. So here we are settled in when this man starts walking up the plane, and he's a very, very large man. He had these really long dreadlocks, and he was shoving a baguette in his mouth as he made his way up the aisle. My husband just looked at me and smiled because he realized the only spare seat was the window seat that would have been next to my seat. And yes, Karma took a big steaming dump on the gloating couple's lap as the man asked him to move so we could get to a seat. Once we were all settled in, the man took up a lot of space. And once we were in the air, the old lady called a stewardess down and started throwing a fit about how we had stolen their seats and that we had refused to move when they boarded. Sadly for the old lady, our argument at the start of the flight had been witnessed by the entire staff because everyone else was settled by then, so she was shut down by the staff who refused to move us. They had a miserable flight because the guy kept getting up for the toilet, extra drinks, and extra snacks. Whoever he was a complete gem of a human being. OP, if I were in your shoes, I think I would have bought a few drinks for that guy. I'm sure that he would have appreciated it, and one of the unfortunate side effects would have been more frequent bathroom trips. Our next Reddit post is from Maddie Herselius. So we had this neighbor in middle school that I used to babysit for. She was a nice enough lady, and she had an 8-year-old at the time. I would just go over to her house with him after school for a few hours to make some extra money. She eventually got different hours at her job, I think, but either way, she didn't need me to babysit anymore. We moved like a year later, and I haven't really thought about her since. I'm now almost 25 years old. I have my own house, and I work a 9-to-5 job. I got on Facebook like 2 weeks ago, and I had a message from the woman that I babysat for. Her message was basically, "It's been so long. How are you doing? You used to babysit for my son years ago when he lived down the street. My son actually had his own baby earlier this year, and I would love for you to meet her. We actually could use someone to watch her Wednesday to Friday before my son and I get home from work. You were great with my son, so you were the first person I thought of." I was so confused by this message. I babysat her 8-year-old son for maybe 6 months over a decade ago, and she wants me to come and babysit her infant granddaughter now? I was the first person she thought of? I messaged her back and essentially said, "It's good to hear from you. It's so lovely that Blank had a daughter. She looks so cute in your picture. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in watching her. I'm sorry. I work until 5, and I wouldn't be able to anyway, but I hope you find someone." So it's been 2 weeks since this, and I've gotten, no joke, 10 more messages from her begging me to babysit her granddaughter. I barely know these people, and she will not stop asking me. She even asked me to change my work schedule, offering me $10 an hour to watch her kid. I'm about to just block her, but I can't believe how strange this is, and how odd her request is. You know that phrase that goes, everyone's the main character in their own story? That's true. Like, obviously, everyone is living their own life, so they've got their own individual problems, they've got their own story, and so yeah, obviously, this woman would consider herself to be the main character of her own story. However, I think some people, like, genuinely think that everyone else is essentially just an NPC in their story. They don't realize or care or understand that these other people...
Your new
I'm an NPC.
is here to help you compare prices and save on your medication. Amazon Prime members get select meds as low as $1 a month.
In their lives that they don't care about have their own stories, their own lives, their own problems. So she genuinely expects OP to just drop what she's doing and come watch her baby for, you know, $10 an hour, which was reasonable 10 years ago, but nowadays, like, no, come on, give me a break, man. Like, how selfish is it to ask a stranger to take time off of their work to come watch your kid? when you could take time off of your work to watch your own grandkid? Down in the comments, Cricket1978 poses an alternate theory. Maybe I've been reading too much Reddit, but my brain imagined this. My son needs childcare and a romantic partner to be a baby mama. Her now 18-year-old son says, it would be great to find a teenager in the area, like back when that girl babysat me. To be honest, I had a little crush on her back then. Then the entitled mother hears wedding bells ringing in the distance. And then OP replies, this is the worst case scenario. The title of this next post is, my mom made me apologize to my siblings for trying to commit suicide. So, trigger warning, obviously.
Ooh, fuck your mom. Fuck her. Fuck her.
All I can think about is something that happened to me when I was 12. I didn't grow up in the best household. I had forced homeschooling.
She should be forced to come on this rotting planet here and burn from the acid rain.
All the time. My mom, quote, taught me things while homeschooling, which was really just me in the background watching her teach my siblings.
Whoa, what is it? Why?
Besides the point.
How did that even happen? Well, I don't even care.
Super depressed. I tried drowning myself in the bathtub, and I got close to passing out before my body, of course, forced me up for air. As a child, I freaked out because I knew what I was trying to do, but not exactly why. So I quickly got dressed and went straight to my mom. My mom then asked me what I tried to do and made me show her in the bathroom, and then she just shook her head and sighed. She called all my siblings to the dining room, had them sit down, looked at me, and said, do you want to tell your siblings what you just tried to do and apologize? All I remember thinking was, is she serious?
Fucking kidding me?
But I just swallowed my pride and told them, I tried to drown myself. I'm sorry. There wasn't really a reaction. My two oldest siblings kinda just shrugged. But then my one sister, who's a year older than me, told me that she was happy I didn't do it because nobody would want to see my naked, bloated body anyway. So, yeah, we never talked about this again, and I'm not sure if anyone ever told my dad. I made many similar attempts later in life, but I'm 21 now, still depressed, and I have self-body image issues. I live with my boyfriend of 6 years, and I barely talk to any of my family now.
Yeah, fuck all of your family, dude.
This post makes
burn the house to the ground.
Your mother is an atrocious
piece of shit.
Being. Honestly, I'm not even sure if I can, like, throw your siblings under the bus as well, because I would imagine that if you were abused and depressed, then they were probably abused and depressed too. I'm really glad that you were eventually able to get out of that situation, and I hope that you're finding happiness now, OP. Oh man, I mentioned this before, and when I did, I kind of got bashed.
That kind of pisses me off.
Like, emailed me saying that homeschooling is a perfectly reasonable way to educate kids, but honestly, personally, I just don't agree with homeschooling. I just don't. Even though there are certainly situations where parents can homeschool their kids and they give them a great education, still, I just don't really feel like that's the best way to raise a kid. Because what you're doing when you homeschool is you're saying the rights of the parent to educate their kid however they want to is more important than the right of a kid to be exposed to more than just their own two parents' ideals. And it's complicated because parents should have a right to say what happens to their kid. But at the same time, shouldn't kids have some right to see more than just the four walls of their house? And shouldn't there be some, like, more checks and balances to ensure that if you are being homeschooled, they're actually getting a real education? Because as it stands in America, you can homeschool and basically do whatever you want. There's very little oversight for the kids to ensure they're getting an education. So the result is you get stories like this, where a kid gets homeschooled and they don't get educated, they don't get supported, they have no escape from their house, and it's just their parents and their siblings every single day. And I personally don't agree with that. It feels unfair to the kid. There's much more to educating a child than just, making sure they can read and understand math and know history. There's also an immense amount of social learning that people have to learn by hanging out with other kids, by having conflict with strangers, by dealing with other members of authority like teachers, principals. So when you homeschool, you are potentially removing them from all these social interactions that will help them become a more rounded human being. Now, obviously, I do want to say that if you do get homeschooled by like parents who know what they're doing, then they can of course take the kids out to like social events and have them hang out with other homeschooled kids. There are right ways to do it. It's not like all homeschooling situations are terrible. On the whole, the system I feel like is just too broken that I feel like we'd probably be better off on the whole without homeschooling. I know I'm going to piss some people off here because I know there are people who did get a decent homeschooling education and they feel like, you know, their parents did a great job. I just don't agree with it. I just personally don't agree with it. They say it takes a village to raise a child, and it's true. It really does take a huge amount of people to give children a wide array of experiences and opinions and beliefs and knowledge. And I just don't think that your parents, one or two people, can really do a good job of turning a child into a well-rounded human being. So I'm probably going to get dumped on for this. Sorry about that, but I don't know. That's just my opinion. That was r/entitled Parents. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
There he is, the little man who started this big war.
Dad was going to send me to jail. He'd do the same thing.
I need leverage. That rat such one foot beside his foot. I'll punch him. Family.
Sometimes people get depressed for no apparent reason. Ah!
Welcome to r/Pro Revenge, where OP completely destroys his toxic boss's life twice. Next Reddit post is from I Hate People Too. I work in music production. I charge $125 an hour to edit, mix, and master recordings from bands, which is about half of the average rate. I had a band come to me, I mixed their album, and it took me about 10 hours. 10 hours times $125 is $1,250. Well, when I was done, they honestly said, well, an hour only has 60 minutes in it, not 100, so your math is wrong and unfair.
Ah!
Stunned, because how can people in their 30s be this uneducated?
Stupid!
I said,
stupid! That's dumb, you're stupid!
Charged by the hour, and you agreed
Stop
to
being
it.
dumb.
They had signed a contract. Well, they left and they refused to pay me. This was their debut album, and little did they know, because they didn't read the damn contract, that I saved backups of all the work I did. And there was a clause that says my studio retains 100% ownership of the music that I work on until I'm paid and sign the rights back off to the band. Again, this is very boilerplate contract stuff in the music industry. They'd planned on selling their CD at concerts for $20 each. I released their music for free online on every site that I could find, and I also knew the venues where they were playing at, so I made 1,500 CDs, which cost me like $200, but it was well worth it for the spite. And on every gig they had, I would set up a booth with their CDs just outside the property line of the venue and give their CDs away for free, acting like an agent of the band. One thing they also never planned on, I made the vocals on the CDs off-pitch with auto-tune. The band broke up about 6 months later after people stopped going to see them. I love absolutely legal revenge. Me and my two friends who helped me had a hell of a laugh. Like, we were giddy the whole time this was going on. It was great. Pay up or get f***ed. Also, down in the comments, we had this story from Mike Mojek. Years ago, when Photoshop was new and I was working as a photographer, I had a regional band come in for a photo shoot for gig promos, show bills, and possibly a CD cover they were in the process of recording. It took a whole afternoon, and 6 to 7 rolls of film. I processed the films, made contact sheets, picked up a couple dozen of the best images for proofs, and I printed them up in-house. They came in, looked the photos over.
Get set for the holidays,
Ah. Man, I wonder where Mighty is, man. He hasn't dropped by in a while. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter.
Get up to 25% off Ninja Kitchen appliances, up to 40% off Cuisinart cookware, a Shark Factory.
I just wonder. Time is it?
So much more, including 15% off for everyone, or more with a Kohl's card. Kohl's.
Fannie Mae S'more snack mix.
Okay, cool.
Premium ingredients like crunchy grahams, fluffy marshmallows, and creamy milk chocolate come together.
Freighter.
Memories are made forever.
Shut up! I don't care.
And I started printing everything up, including some nearly poster-sized photos. At this point, they owed me about $1,200. I called to let them know the order's ready, give them the total, and I remind them that I need to be paid in full before I send the photos out. That afternoon, they send a guy to pick up the photos, but he doesn't have any money with him, so he goes away empty-handed. Their manager calls me that night and says something
Right to Planetary Depot.
I need the prints and promo material for the CD release party this weekend.
See you later. I'm fighting pirates
I
today.
remind him that I need to be paid in full before the material goes out. He says, okay, I'll send someone by tomorrow to pick it up. Tomorrow comes, and a different guy shows up. And he also doesn't know anything about a check either, so he goes away empty-handed. The manager, the band members, a sound guy, they all reach out to me that week. And I tell them that everything's ready, I just need They never get around to paying me, so I never deliver the images. They eventually release their CDs, and their CD cover looks like they got someone's beer buddy to take a Polaroid picture. What they did do was use Photoshop to improve the band's pictures that I created. These images went up all over town every time these douchebags had a gig. I made it look like the bass player was riding the drummer like a pony, or I had the acne-covered singer yawning while the keyboard player was on his knees in front of him.
That's funny.
In 1 month, they paid up and got the materials they ordered. I reminded them that if they ever tried to sling any BS to hurt my reputation, I still had the negatives. I never ended up working with them again. They did okay for a couple of years, but they never really broke out. I haven't seen any of them around for years. Our next Reddit post is from Philippe Meyer. Part 1.
Pulse engines, launch thrusters, phase beams, starship, star shield, pulse engine. Cyclotron. I'm looking for damage.
I recently discovered my love of teaching just 10 years ago.
Starship shield module.
Schools, from the biggest ones to the smallest ones, and I've accumulated a bunch of experience both in the classroom and behind the scenes, designing workbooks and video courses, learning platforms, etc. So I started thinking that it was about time to migrate to a management position. The opportunity came in a prestigious school of digital art, and I became its teaching manager, overseeing all the
I should probably get
routines. It was a hard but honest job, for a time. Soon it became obvious that my boss wasn't exactly what he tried to present to students and employees. He would display bursts of anger and antagonize the team, demanding impossible results and asking about tasks that he never assigned, but that somehow were our job to guess. One time, during a meeting, he grabbed a big chair and pretended to throw it across the room. It was his idea of a joke. Nobody even flinched, because nobody doubted for a second that he was actually capable of doing the deed. Needless to say, nobody laughed either. In my country, employers can hold employees' contracts for up to 3 months, which means that for 90 days you have no job security. And you can be fired at any moment without any consequence to the company. My boss reminded me about this all the time, half joking, trying to keep everyone on their toes. He actually excused me from this treatment because he had this bad habit of treating the managers differently. And he gave me constant praise for doing a good job until the day that my temporary contract ended. This meant that I was an actual employee with full benefits, and he couldn't fire me without paying me severance pay. So it really surprised me when he started the hostile treatment not 24 hours after my temporary contract ended and the full employment began. Gone were the praises, and in their place came screams, bad reviews, and more insane demands. We paid an outside company every week, but somehow bugs and crashes were now my fault. One time he made me stay after hours on a Saturday after all students and staff had left, and prohibited me from going home before I had all the computers running smoothly. He asked me to find him a new seller, and I introduced him to a friend, making it clear that by no means was I asking for him to be hired. I was just making introductions, and if my boss liked the guy after they talked, then it was his own decision and responsibility to hire him or not. My boss hired my friend, and a few weeks later, my boss gave me an earful for going for drinks with this friend of mine, saying that managers should stick with managers and that I shouldn't mingle with my friend, the staff, because they were beneath us, apparently. I said this was absurd, and I reminded my boss that I knew this guy for years already, and that if my boss wanted to, he could join us for drinks sometime. That was not the response he expected. The abuse continued and actually intensified. One day I started to feel chest pains, and my left arm went completely.
You were having a stroke, sir.
For an ambulance, I retreated to my boss's office, which at the time was occupied by my boss's fiancée, and I calmly told her, "Don't mind me. I think that I'm having a heart attack, so I'll just lay here for a few minutes so the students can't see me." Of course, she went nuts after this. The nurse said it wasn't a heart attack. It was just an anxiety attack. I was 36 at the time, and my dad had previously passed away from a heart attack, so this news made my mom cry. I decided that enough was enough, so I gave my 30 days notice citing health issues. I had me completed 6 months working there. I sat down with my boss. I didn't blame him in any way, but I said the stress was making me worry about leaving my family too soon. And I guaranteed him that I would work out my entire notice period so I could complete all my pending projects. So, we developed our brand new learning platform, finished hiring the teachers for the next semester, and I even shot videos to promote every single course in the school's menu. With less than a week until my last day, my boss called me into his office to show me the company's new career plan. I don't know the equivalent term in English, but it's the path planned by the company for the growth of each position. He told me, "So, you see, that's what you're going to earn in a few months. That is, if you stop being a sissy and just do your effing job." I couldn't believe it. After all the interviews, all the toxicity, I tried to go the higher road and end everything on a good note. And he called my health issues being a sissy? I was done. I told him to just cut my next few days for my final paycheck and left. Now for the revenge. Remember how I introduced him to a friend and he actually hired the guy? On my last day, I told my boss that I would be opening my own private school after leaving.
Kit Kat Duos mocha and chocolate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
But I failed to mention that this other employee was my business partner. So when my friend gave his 30-day notice, our boss was livid. He all but threw my friend out of the school, telling him to never set foot in there again and to leave immediately. According to law, this means my boss had to pay for that whole month, plus every remaining day that he worked there, plus commissions. Add on top of that my own last paycheck, which came with 6 months of benefits, and we had more than enough to start our new venture. But that's not the revenge. My boss actually made us sign some sort of NDA with a bunch of illegal clauses, which made the whole contract invalid, preventing us from revealing any company secrets during or after our time with them, at the risk of being fined $6,000. However, the contract couldn't legally stop us from reporting illegal activities, which is why I didn't worry one bit when I reported him and his school for having over 50 PCs running versions of Windows, Office.
This planet is so freaking blue. Jesus Christ! It's like a color explosion in your face. I hate it.
Not long before this, a big chain of stores had gone bankrupt in our state for having to pay fines upon fines on Windows alone. So it was an understatement to say the government was taking piracy pretty seriously at this time. It gets funnier when you realize that the reported person receives an email with the whole complaint the minute that it's filed. My ex-boss's response wasn't at all unexpected. Some 5 minutes after our report, a similar email came into our inbox reporting us for 30 unlicensed copies of Windows and many other programs. My business partner still talks to the finance manager of our old job, and knowing that our ex-boss would probably be right next to that guy, fuming and screaming, my business partner decided to send that guy a picture of our only classroom, with no computer in sight. A few weeks later, I heard the whole remaining staff abandon ship, leaving him with only an intern and a few teachers without permanent contracts. My former boss actually kept tabs on us, and after he learned that some of his teachers were contacting us to host classes, he started to blackmail them, threatening to terminate their contracts if they insisted on doing business with us, even though there was no exclusivity clause in their contracts. Some of them called him on his bluff, and he had to pay even more money by breaching their contracts. Time went by, and I hear that my ex-boss is counting his pennies and struggling to keep afloat. He used to have completely full classes, but now he can barely fill one classroom. Half the week, he has to close his doors, not having enough students or the money to pay employees on those days. Before I left, he had paid out $40,000 to architects to expand his school. But now I hear that he was considering closing his doors and offering online-only courses, even before the pandemic hit. And now for part 2, where, years after my revenge, I made my ex-boss again pay a boatload of money, this time on legal fees. First of all, I need to say that, at this point, my own school had closed its doors. That's life. My business partner and I cashed out, sold what we could, and we each went on with our lives. Some months later, I found out that our ex-boss was suing our school, which, as I mentioned, didn't even exist anymore. My business partner's sister, who's also his lawyer, contacted me and told me about it. I couldn't find anything on the public record since the lawsuit was running on court-ordered sigil, so I talked to my own lawyer and he said, if they didn't cite you directly, then pretend you don't know anything about this. And so, I just ignored the issue for a few years. During lockdown, the appointed official finally found me at my home and served me with court documents. These documents also gave me access to my boss's claims, since I had 15 days to prepare my defense. My wife found me laughing out loud in front of my computer. His claims were absolutely ridiculous. He claimed that I stole his courses, and as proof, he had a printout from our now offline website, which he compared side by side with his own and said, like, it's become obvious that both schools have the same courses. However, he presented no explanation of the similarities besides the names, which weren't even the same thing. For example, most of our classes were about teaching students how to make comic books, which he never worked with. He also called us cynical for daring to compete with him in the same market, even though it was my own previous experience in the education sector that got me this job in the first place. Also, on our website we had a line that said that it was important to learn from your previous experiences, and the document said that was a confession of plagiarism. I asked my lawyer to let me write my own defense, and then have her translate it over to lawyer speak. She actually copy-pasted my full statement, saying that she couldn't have argued it better. I put into paper all the disgust that I felt, cited all my experience with teaching, and rebuked every single one of his claims with facts and actual proof. I attached printed conversations, saved emails, and I brought attention to his own lack of proof. The judge tossed the case and made my boss pay all of my legal fees, including my lawyers. He could have avoided all of this if he just entered the lawsuit in small claims court, but since he wanted that $30,000, he had it coming. Overall, it was just another shovel of dirt on his coffin. Also, down in the comments, OP adds an extra story where his ex-boss called him a homophobic slur. Apparently, at one point his boss said, "You're not an F-slur, are you?" OP said, "Actually, I'm bisexual." Okay, so not an F-slur. Whew. So, down in the comments, people very quickly pieced together that this took place in Brazil. And I'm really curious because, I don't know a lot about Brazil, but I have no clue which parts of this story scream Brazilian to me. So, if I have any Brazilian fans out there, can you shed some light on this? What is it about this story that's uniquely Brazilian? Is it the guy's attitude? Is it the labor laws? Because I really don't know. That was r/pro revenge, and if you like this content, check out my podcast.
Brazilian!
It's the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Redditors, what's the weirdest thing you've caught a roommate doing? Make that crap in her pants and hid her dirty drawers.
Hey! That is disgusting!
When she walked that way and she told me, I didn't want to step on my tail. I was in the psych ward for an eval. I was deaf, not the craziest person in the room.
Nothing like an old pair of crappy shorts to freshen up the rest of your clothing. So a couple years ago in college I got matched up with a random roommate. He was a cool guy at first, so things worked. After about the first week he just stopped speaking to me. Like I could see him after class and say what's up or how are you, and he would act like we were randos on the street who don't live together. So that turned into no words after a bit, but whatever, it didn't cause problems, so frick it. Now this is the weird event. It was around 3 AM and I hear talking and laughing coming from the living room, enough to wake me and keep me up. I get annoyed and walk out to tell them to keep it down. As I walk into the living room, I see him and his buddy sitting next to each other watching Gay P. Now I kind of just stop, still drowsy, trying to figure out WTF is going on, and just say, hey guys, I'm trying to sleep, keep it down. Yeah, they both just stare and nod, and I go back to my room. I come home after class the next day to see his girlfriend, who I have met before, just sitting on the couch relaxing. I say hi and walk to my room, trying not to make eye contact with him or her. He never mentioned that's not
Oh my god, dude.
I still wonder if he was just super in the closet or something. Guess I'll never know. He sounds like he's so far in the closet he's having adventures in Narnia. One of my roommates used to flush food down the toilet. Once I saw her flushing a crap ton of spaghetti noodles, and another time an apple core. I guess she thought that was what you did with unfinished food. Well, that's what you do with finished foods too. While at college,
I wonder, can I turn salt
I walked out of my room
into chlorine?
to see my roommate crouched on top of our table, just squatting there eating Cheez-Its, staring at us while smiling.
Oh.
Decided to room with him for another year after that. We had this Croatian guy who basically spent all of his time at our house, so he was considered a roommate. One time I came home at 7 AM. Mistake were made and I fled the scene, and I saw him standing in front of our George Foreman grill, dipping bread in the historical fat pit that hasn't been cleaned out in ages. Yes, he was eating the George fat. Delicious. Peeing in our cups from the kitchen. Dude would pee in them and put them back in the cupboard. Yeah, he washed them, but that didn't make a difference to me. Another guy would disappear to his bedroom before he hit the gym. We found out he was beating his willy because it boosted his testosterone before a workout. IDK science.
What?
The jerking off thing kind of makes sense, but being in cups is just an agent of chaos. My roommate, and best friend at the time, was secretly making vodka cocktails at night, which alone is odd because we were both drinkers. But it got weirder because one day I opened up the cabinet that stored all the fancy Waterford drinkware from my failed first marriage, and half of it was gone. After looking through the other kitchen cabinets, I decided to break roommate code and look in her room, mainly because it just seemed really odd. I opened her door. Her bedroom, the typical constant mess she's always lived in, and see 2 tumblers on her bedside table. Weirded out. I go to grab them and notice a sudden stench of dog poop. Against my better judgment, I look under her bed and see the rest of the glasses and random piles of dog poop amidst other debris. Pretty horrified, I grab all the glasses and got out of there. When she got home, I decided to tell her immediately what happened because of course she's going to notice the glasses are gone from her table. By explaining, I asked her why she had the glasses in her room, and she told me about her nightly cocktails. Then I asked her if she was trying to hide her drinking, and she got very defensive. So I dropped it and asked she not use the glasses anymore since they're expensive and fragile. She agreed, and that was that. Nothing about the dog poop was discussed. About 2 months later she moved out and stopped talking to me. Her bedroom carpet and room were so gross the apartments charged us almost $1,000 for repairs, which she did pay. To this day I'll always wonder about why the fancy glasses, the secret nighttime cocktail, and dog poop. He thought I was asleep in our single-room dorm, so he started masturbating. Worst part is this was a regular occurrence, and we actually had a bathroom in our room. Dorm was a renovated hotel, but he chose not to do it in there. Easier to fall asleep after if you're already in bed. More sad than weird, I shared a bunk bed in high school with a white guy who was quite the outcast. He was overweight, angry, kept to himself, and was rude to everyone. Needless to say, he was at the receiving end of some pretty bad hazing. I was a skinny Indian nerd and he didn't like me much, but since I wasn't part of the hazing, was okay with me. Once I was trying to retrieve something I dropped under the bed when I saw the folded paper also lying there. Opened it to read an apparent suicide note written by said guy, basically blaming all the classmates. Thought about showing it to a teacher but then decided against it and showed it to the class president, who went around talking to most of the guys who were bullying him. Everyone started treating him better, and by senior year he was doing alright, even though he still kept to himself and made no friends. We had a few friendly chats here and there, so I could tell he was doing okay. Last I heard he was married and working as a corrections officer. Keeps posting pics on FB about his gun collection and off-roading. During a particularly frustrating winter's night, my roommate started humping his pillow to the tune of "My Heart Will Go On." It was a difficult
What?
time. I didn't blame him. It's nice that you consider your dog your roommate. Had a roommate in my college dorm that would never reuse underwear. She would just buy more. Which isn't bad, except she left all her old underwear sitting on the floor of her closet. Just an ever-growing pile of used panties. She also wouldn't use pads and would free bleed on her sheets and never changed those either.
Oh,
she had a
no.
privacy screen over her bed, and my other roommate lifted it to find where the smell was coming from. A cockroach ran out. Felt like I could never get a fresh-smelling room because of her. We were all pretty broke, so I had bought the cheapest brand of mac and cheese. I took a bite and it was gross, so I trashed it. Walked back in the kitchen 10 minutes later and my two roommates were standing over the garbage with spoons eating it.
Oh,
I should have offered. Hey, don't live till you've eaten trash mac. In college we had dorm rooms shared between 4 girls, 2 in each room on either side of a main room. One time I came back from class to see a rope going from one room through the common room into another.
What tidal erosion? This isn't. Where's the water at?
I didn't mind.
Tidal erosion? What are you talking about?
End of a slack line to my bedpost and the other to hers, and was trying to tightrope in our dorm room. It didn't work. Beds got pulled together. I admire her effort. I caught my roommate doing the dishes without being asked. Seriously changed how I looked at the guy. For real though, our female roommate came home with a few friends to my roommate and I doing chores naked. She said she would have joined if she didn't bring company. It was a weird house. I got to this thread too late. We had a ton of food going missing and we all knew who it was. But my best bud, landlord, put a webcam and set it up discreetly in the kitchen. Within a couple days, we caught the guy eating a stick of butter straight from the wrapper and then go in the pantry, have a bag of sugar, and just start chugging it.
Look, man, I doubt a stick of butter tastes good.
Mother was slamming those hands. My best friends.
I really doubt that.
Had a rondo in their sweet hours sophomore year of college. They all shared pots and pans. And just
Metal vapor? What metal vapor? Is this like a forgery or something?
And the rondo was standing at the sink with steel wool, scrubbing one of their Teflon pans for all it was worth, which wasn't much when she was done with it. They knew a lost cause when they saw her doing it, and just let her continue until she'd gotten all of it off of the pan. When she was done, they threw it out and removed the rest of the Teflon pans from the kitchen.
I don't even know what that is.
College once clearly said the word orchestra while he was fast asleep. I thought he was awake, so when I said what and he didn't respond, I was a bit spooked. College roommate ordered fast food in his sleep. I need a large medium root beer and some fries. Was one of those deals where he sort of woke himself up saying it, and thought I said it. Not my roommate, but the woman he was dating. I came downstairs to see her running out through the back door. When I got down to the ground floor, I saw that she had left stir fry, with a ton of oil, still burning on the stove. That was the last time I ever saw her. Turned out later that she was actually running from a bounty hunter for skipping bail. No idea what the charge was. I didn't know that at the time. I was just pissed that she left the burner on. If I hadn't come downstairs, the whole place would have burned down.
Burnt down. To the ground! Burn down! Red. Redder than red. It's a red that can be redder than red with red on the red. A red that read a book that also had red on it. A red that read a book that was red. English language is retarded. No, they're spelled different though, but they say the same thing. But they're spelled different though. Like red is red, regardless. Red. Scan flora. Scan minerals. Hunt low-life pirates. Hunt some low-lifes. Here to turn in the mission. My nanites. You know, I'll do this. And hopefully I'm good. I thought that said scan minerals, whatever. Hopefully I don't have to actually go out of town, out of the solar system. Hunt low-grade pirates. Upgrades and extensions to my multi-tool. So I'm gonna finish these little tiny initiate. Of course. You know something? I don't really like you. Or you could just fight me next to the Atlas station, which is a really stupid idea, but fine. You play it that way. I bet you're now regretting your choices. Feeling like you could change you wish you would change your life choices now, huh? It's too bad. Oh, snap! They are some strong boys. Oops, accidentally just hit somebody. Jesus. Why? Stop!
Technology recharge.
Oh no! Man. Low-grade pirate trash. That's an anomalous object. Stupid.
I didn't really catch my roommate as I discovered this. So my first barracks room while I was in the Navy, I had a roommate named Colby. Colby survived off of chicken patties, cigarettes and Mountain Dew and would play video games and watch movies that were rather disturbing. This kid slept with a K-bar under his pillow, but he was super nice. Iniho, 6 months into living with this character, it's like 2 AM and he wakes up screaming bloody murder. I hop out of my little bed terrified. I thought we were about to die. As quickly as it started, it ends. So I go to wake him up cause I'm sweaty and scared shitless. He wakes up annoyed. I tell him what happened and proceeded to tell me he gets night terrors. Frick, so this would happen like... like once every month or so, and I've gotten used to it. I kept a football by my bed and would throw the football at his head as hard as I could every time. Crap drove me nuts. Fast forward to my first deployment. Mind you, in the Navy you sleep in racks. Basically just bunk beds, but worse, and there are about 6 inches above your face in those things. The kid had his first night terror on the ship, but it wasn't as dramatic but way more funny. Basically it was scream followed by an immediate bonk. Kid knocked himself out every time. Probably not good for you, but not much is in the Navy. Everyone in the berthing got a kick out of it every time it happened. Where do I start? She would sneak into my room, take my cologne and put it on her teddy bears. Constantly play with herself while we were watching TV together.
Hey, yo.
From her room during the night calling my name. Leave used woman's hygiene products on the floor in our shared bathroom. I made it very clear I wasn't interested. She eventually gave up about 3 months in and moved out. I knew one of my roommates was using my coffee maker because the pot would sometimes be really gross and stained. Like someone had made tea in it or mixed something in with the coffee. Eventually, I came into the kitchen while it was happening. I asked if she was making tea, but she said no, it was coffee. So I asked how she was making it, and that's when it got weird. Apparently, she had no idea how to make coffee, and instead of asking someone and handling it, she decided to just wing it by putting the grounds and the water all right into the pot and then turning it on. Basically, she made warm grounds water, and she had done this multiple times, so she either didn't realize anything was wrong or she didn't hate it enough to stop. Naturally, I showed her how to make actual coffee. I showed her where to pour the water. I didn't know it opened, but when I got to where to put the grounds, she said that it was too complicated for her and she'd just buy coffee on her way to work. So, it's not only that she didn't know how to make coffee, but that learning how to make coffee was too complex for her. Hands down the stupidest person I have ever known.
Stupidest.
Also, I had a roommate in Montana purchase a piano off Craigslist, then completely disassemble it in the basement. Piece by piece immediately after purchasing it. He was going to put it back together right, but never did. Drug problem maybe? I don't know. My roommate from the dorm having sex in the shower room. It was a guys only floor too. The shower room is a combined shower room, sinks, and shitters. So his GF is moaning not exactly subtly and it echoes all up and down the hall. All of the hallmates had their doors open and were staring down the hall wondering who was banging until the Ra comes out. Bangs on the bathroom door. Ra, hey, stop it. My roommate. Sorry. Ra leaves and roommate's GF proceed to have more sex. Oh good, I have a story for this. I was randomly assigned a roommate for my college dorm my freshman year. She got there before me. I walked into the room. She was lying on the floor in a beanbag, topless with shot glasses on both of her boobs. Turned out, she had just gotten her nipples pierced and needed to soak them in saline. She was totally unbothered by my arrival. She grew up in a naked house and nudity was just not a big deal to her. As I learned in further detail the longer I lived with her. This was 8 years ago and we're still really close. Actually kind of sweet. In my house, one guy got too drunk to unlock the door to his room. So he just went to the next nearest available bedroom and passed out in that bed. He stayed passed out until that roommate came home the next morning with her boyfriend and found him sleeping in her bed. When he started to get out, he realized he had removed his pants and was sleeping completely naked under her sheets. He was quite embarrassed. He was also me. I've had a Russian who was studying very high, so talking to him was often kind of awkward. But that didn't happen often. He very rarely left his room, only to go to the university and buying groceries. He also made his food only in his room. The weirdest part was, when he locked himself in his room you could always hear beeping sounds. Another roommate found out these were signals that submarines made or sonar sounds or something like this. He never told us what he was doing in there, even when we asked what these sounds were. He was kinda creepy. Someone really loved playing Subnautica. Guy
I ain't gotta tell you nothing.
His Kraft Singles cheese. He kept it on a shelf next to the bread, and every day he would come home and make a Hershey's chocolate sauce and cheese sandwich with Wonder Bread. Then, before bed, another choco cheese. Never saw him eat anything else. Shared a room with an eccentric Latvian fellow for a grand total of 3 weeks. Had a plethora of challenging moments, but one that stands out was when I woken up to find him eating a fistful of steak in the bathtub in his underwear. Broken glass everywhere, and when I queried him what the frick he was doing, he just said, "You know we love to hustle." My freshman year in college, my roommate had a Confederate flag that he was going to put up. This was about a month in, so by that point he had to have known that I'm black. When I first got to college, I had a random roommate. Day 1, she gets out of the shower and says, "Do you mind if I change of course?" I said no problem. Thanks for the heads up. Roommate then proceeds to walk around the room entirely nude for 30 minutes before I get the courage to ask her to put some clothes on. I'd always had pretty conservative friends at home, so I didn't know if this was normal for others. And I also didn't want to embarrass her if she was seconds away from getting dressed. IDK. It was uncomfortable. Her knife collection wasn't my favorite thing either. I have a friend whose roommate boiled bleach to clean his pots, effectively making chlorine gas. All 4 other roommates were home and stopped the madness before they were killed by it. I'm sure this will get buried, but my housemate would get drunk, chuck on his wetsuit and wander off to the war memorial. It was his thing. My other roommate and I came home to her singing, shrieking, really loudly. It was completely unintelligible and we were both quietly laughing, so she just kept going for quite a while. It's weird because she used to be in choir, but it was really bad. As a former choir member, the monotony of coordination and staying in tenor was just not very satisfying. Sometimes it's nice to let go at it like a bad Freddie Mercury. My old roommate caught me doing something weird. We had a couple of drinks as normal and decided to step out front to smoke. We were just talking and I felt an itch near the top of my butt crack. Still talking, I reached around to scratch it and for some reason smelled my hand. He looked at me and asked if I really just did that. I don't know why I did. You're in a rape. This one scarred me for life. I moved to Dallas with a girl I had been roommates and flight attendant training with. She had a balcony through her room that connected to the living room, but we always kept the door locked. One day she woke me up early and told me I had to go somewhere. She had a guy coming over and needed the place to herself. I got it. Before he got there I went to the balcony through her room to smoke before leaving. I must have been outside longer than I intended because when I took my headphones out I heard a slapping sound and light moans coming from her room. I was like, great, I can never get this out of my head. It gets better. I went to let myself back inside but realized that the door leading to the living room was locked and the only way back into the apartment would be through her bedroom. I wasn't even supposed to be there, so I climbed over the railing and stepped onto the downstairs neighbor's balcony and down from there. I thought the whole thing was so funny that when I got home later I told her about my mishap only to be faced with the truth. The man she had invited over was from a fetish site, who she had invited over to spank her, not judging her interests, but I caught my roommate being spanked by a stranger. It's just good clean fun. Casually looking at various Nazi uniforms on the internet, he even showed me the one he wanted to buy for his girlfriend. They would get high off of ether and masturbate in the living room of the apartment when they didn't think me or my fiancé were home. There is nothing in the world more depraved and helpless and irresponsible than a man in the depths of an ether binge. In college, roommate thought I was going out of town. Forgot something. Had to go back. Roommate is there with his girlfriend. Girl is naked but for knee-high boots. Roommate is naked but for a lacy pair of girlfriend's panties. Roommate is naked in front of her. Girlfriend is
what the hell am I listening to?
Roommate is masturbating furiously and girlfriend is grinding her ladder bits on his face. I know the frick out, slamming the door. Don't need that information in my life. Roommate later apologizes, but things are awkward until I move out the next semester.
I bet!
Toss me, I am he. I am the furiously masturbating roommate. Never saw that poor guy again after he moved out, either. It was a big university. Hey, I got here early for once. Posted this a while ago. 6 years or so. So copy pasting here. It's one of my favorite stories to tell. So this happened just
bunch of
this year,
weirdos in
my
this
freshman
subreddit.
year. My roommate and I got along great. Good friends and we knew each other well. So one day I had to go to an office building on campus to up my meal plan and turn in some forms. It was on a Tuesday on which neither of us had class. So as I was leaving he woke up. I told him where I was going and left. To my surprise the building was a lot closer than I thought. It was a building only for administrative purposes. So I had never been there. So I go in, fill out my forms, and lo and behold I'm done in about 5 minutes. Super easy. So I go, grab some breakfast to go and walk back to the dorms. So I get to our door, not thinking of anything really. It was about 10:30 a.m. on a Tuesday, and I opened the door. The chain lock is on the door, so it only opened about 5 inches. But it was a perfect line of sight to my roommate. Pants around his ankles, smack in the lobster right at his computer, full screened and all. We make eye contact and exclaim, at the same exact time, okay, and I close the door, awkwardly sit outside my room with no idea what to do. A minute later or so he opens and is apologizing profusely and trying to laugh it off. Mainly I think it's funny and a bit weird, but we're both cool guys and knew we did it so we moved on. Now that's not so bad. It happens, right? Well, I eat my breakfast at my desk a few minutes later, and I'm finishing up a great breakfast burrito. I stand up to throw it away in the trash can under my bed. We each had one for our sides of the room, and lo and behold, it's not there. Now I live in a fairly small room, so it's not like you can hide a trash can in many places. So I look at my roommate and say, hey man, do you know where my trash can is? He looks at me like a deer in the headlights, and quickly sputters out, no man, I don't know. Is it gone? That's weird. I accept this answer, but I still can't find it. So I say, if you took it man, it's okay. Just tell me. I realized it was weird, so I kinda trailed off. He insists he doesn't have it, so I say, okay, walk over to his desk, and there it is. Right in the landing zone of where his baby juices were headed. He looks at it, back at me, and just says, I normally never use yours. It was a weird few weeks that followed. I always knock now. The only messed up part is that he used your trash can instead of his ha-ha-ha. My roommate and I watched with jaws on the floor as our third, new, roommate washed his clothes in our toilet. He was reassigned a few days later to a different dorm with no explanation. Ate blueberry pancakes with syrup, and then put the plates in his closet until it reeked horribly. He did many little things like this. He wasn't my roommate for long. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe.
Great input process dihydrogen.
Every day. Until then,
Dihydrogen.
video.
Dihydrogen.
Workers of Reddit, what's your Black Friday horror story? Not so much a horror story, but something I just couldn't believe. Black Friday at Asda, British Walmart. There was these microwaves like 70% off in the store and was so busy you couldn't move. There was empty shelves all along the aisle up to these microwaves, and a guy laid down on the shelf and army crawled along the shelves, grabbed a microwave and army crawled back with it. If the guy didn't break the shelves doing that, then he was a genius. It was technically the day after Black Friday, but it was still busy as all heck. I worked as a customer service supervisor at a CompuServe before they closed down. Best Buy, and all of my checkers called in sick that morning. All of them. So I am the only freaking one ringing people up for the first like 6 hours of the day. When I finally got a 15-minute break, I went into the back area and blew up at the first manager I could find. I was soapy and stressed. He just sat there and let me vent at him. After a little while I went back to him and apologized to him, and he was cool with it all. That day sucked. Cool manager though. Worked at a store that had a service department. They couldn't ring up anything at the service counter, but they had a computer which made it look like a register. Guy standing there patiently waiting to be rung up. Finally somebody notices him and asks what he needs. "I'd like to pay," he says. "I'm sorry, this isn't a register," replies the service tech. The guy then proceeds to try and convince the service tech to let him pay because the line for the main registers is 3 hours long. Of course the service tech couldn't because he didn't have a register. He just had a computer for making appointments and such. So after 15 minutes of argument, the guy moves off to find the line. Here's the fun part. While he was arguing, somebody else saw him standing by something that looked like a register and so got in line behind him. Then people saw the shorter line and got in behind them. With nobody to control it, the line to nowhere grew quickly. 15 minutes was all it took for the knot line to snake all the way around the department. So when the divas who started this whole fiasco went to find the right line, he found the end of the line he had started. Then the guy behind him heard that there wasn't a register, so he followed the first guy. Then the next customer followed the second, and so on. They walked around in a circle for an hour before somebody noticed them. We almost had a riot when a manager had to tell 100 people that they weren't in line and had just waited an hour for nothing. That same year we had several scuffles at points where the register line had forked into 2 lines. From then on we...
Dear God!
Worked at Walmart years ago. One of my managers thought she was being sneaky and swapped my Black Friday off shift with an on at 9 AM. My shifts normally didn't start until 1 and ended at 9, so this was utter balls. I was in the bakery department and had to work all of Thanksgiving the day before, and they ended up needing more help. I came in at 6 AM that day and worked a 14-hour shift because most of my team had been given the holiday off. My manager's excuse being, "You're young. They have families they need to be with and kids to celebrate with," so I was pretty angry. I found out that the Black Friday sale was a 65 inches LCD TV in electronics and PS3s, so needless to say it was going to be a bloodbath. I stayed in my department because there was literally no one else there and caught up on much needed sanitation. When the manager found out before the sale started, she came my way to rain down fire, brimstone, and bulls on me. Thankfully, I could use their own bulls policies against them. There needs to be at least one member of the bakery crew on hand to write on cakes, and since I was the only one there, they were crap out of luck. I got out of Black Friday bulls, got an easy day at work, and the perfect spot to watch the chaos all while screwing over a manager I hated. It was a beautiful day. This happened just today actually. I work at Starbucks, went to do my routine lobby and bathroom check, just to clean up during the craziness. Went into the men's restroom and there was crap smeared all over the walls, toilet seat and mirror. Really had no other choice but to clean it up with my coworker. Definitely the most disgusting crap, literally, I've ever had to do in my life. Update. While this blew up, so I talked to my manager and showed her this exact post, reading A, bunch of the replies. She wasn't mad, but in the sense of all that we were willing to clean up crap. Even she said she would never ever do that. We went over the policy and reviewed our resources in case this happens. There gets a point where your mind is literally go from the craziness of customers and orders. The poop didn't seem to faze me at all. I'm still baffled at who wipes poop on the walls at a Starbucks. I don't think we pee off anyone that bad. The good news is that my boss says she's so thankful to have me and all that good stuff. But yes, we do have a number to contact in case someone decides to smear their faces everywhere. In the meantime, we are supposed to just lock the door and put a sign on the front. Thank you everyone for helping me out. I did not expect the load of replies. I now know not to clean up the poop. I feel stupid for doing it, but I'm glad I now know. In most states, your employer legally can't require you to clean that up. Just for your information for next time, if you live in the States. I work at the largest lingerie retailer in the country. We had a security guard last night for the beginning of Black Friday. A Southern Belle mother decided she didn't want to wait in a 50-person deep line and she would cut. Our security guard asked her multiple times to step to the back of the line or leave. She proceeded to ream him with every curse word in the book, and ended by threatening him with a gun she had in her bag. This will be my last holiday in retail. Please tell me someone called the police on her. A customer who took a crap in one of my fitting rooms and then wiped spot with a $125 Polo Ralph Lauren shirt. Nothing more needs to be said. I read on Reddit that people sometimes do this so they can dig it out of the trash later when they throw it out. I worked for a golf superstore as a cashier. Black Friday customers come rushing in and the line starts. I proceed to scan the first nothing. The registers are completely down and the lines are growing fast. The only thing we could do is take every transaction manually, write down scores, calculate tax, and use the old credit card swipers for 3 hours. I never worked retail during Black Friday again. This honestly sounds like the worst one of this thread. This year was surprisingly tame. People were all in really good moods, which in turn makes me happy. Last year a woman yelled at me for taking too much time to finish a transaction. That her kids were in the car and she didn't want CPS to take them. Okay then. I went to the grocery store in high school. Black Friday was my favorite day all year. Hardly anyone goes food shopping the day after Thanksgiving. Which is exactly why I did today. Why? Former GameStop manager. The worst one I ever worked was 2006. Everyone wanted a dang Wii. When I got to the store at 4 AM to prep for the 5 AM opening, there were people wrapped around the shopping center in a line for the dang thing, even though I had a sign on the door explicitly stating that we could only guarantee them for the first 6 people. When I made the announcement to the folks in line, I thought I was about to get my butt kicked by more than a couple grandmas and soccer moms who had been waiting since midnight. After opening, our systems were unbearably slow when processing credit cards, but they still worked. The rest of the day was busy, but not too terrible other than the bitchy people who couldn't find the Wii. Fast forward 3 days later, a lady walks into the store with a bank statement and starts laying into me about her card being charged $200 4 times. Processing, not drafted yet BTW. She insists that she won't walk out until I give her $600 cash from the register. It ended with her and I on speakerphone with my district manager, who politely told her to pee off and call her bank. Cops were very nearly called during the ensuing screaming. This is with a store packed with customers. Fun stuff. As it turned out, our credit card processor had been overwhelmed that day, and this turned out to be a wide issue. It was the explanation for the system slowdown on Black Friday. The charges dropped off after a couple days. At least the lady had a legitimate claim. She didn't handle it well, but I think anyone would be pee about being charged $800 when it's only supposed to be $200. At Staples, I watched 2 grown men get into a brawling fist fight over a $30 label maker. It wasn't even the last one. Someone else's experience reminded me of one I had a few years back. I worked at a toy store in the mall. Really fancy mall, and we only sold one brand of toys. Anyways, we were all about interacting with the parents and especially making the kids feel special. It was probably the best place in retail to work, not gonna lie. If I could have had full time with benefits, I'd have stayed. Anyhow, early December a woman comes into the store with her 2 children, probably age 5 and 7. No older than that. I overhear her say I'll be back. Stay here, and she just leaves them. Not a word to us. She just vanishes. Within minutes it got busy, as in 50 customers plus kids. There are only 3 employees in the store, 2 on register. Then there's me, the shift manager, supposed to be helping people shop. There is no way I'm taking my eyes off of these kids, but there are too many people here. 5 minutes go by, then 10, then 15. I'm checking in with these little dudes to see how they're holding up. They're just fine. But I'm the type who takes 100% responsibility for children in my store. I call mall security because I'm freaking out about the need to watch them. At this point, I have to make a return and do a bunch of customer maintenance. No way to keep track of the kids. Turns out mall security called the cops. The officers show up about 25 minutes after this lady left her kids. The lady gets down and makes small talk with the boys while the man waits outside. Things slow to a crawl. I am the store, so my fellow employees entertain the boys while I speak with the officers. Apparently their mother had gone to the other mall across the effing 4-lane street at 7:30 p.m. during crazy busy shopping time. She eventually did come back for them, but it had been close to an hour. And in Ohio, that is way past what counts as child abandonment. I don't know what happened to her, but all I remembered is the shock of who the heck thinks that's a good idea, and OMG is she going to jail, while I watched the officers escort her and her children away. Yikes, I'm guessing Build-A-Bear. When I was 15 I got my first actual job. It was at a clothing store and my first day was Black Friday. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal because I was hired for men's formal wear. When I show up at 4 a.m., the manager tells me I'm working women's shoes today only. Absolute madness. The worst part is shoes salesmen get commission. But since I didn't have employee numbers I got only minimum wage, losing out of hundreds of dollars extra pay. That's probably why they put the new person on that job. When I worked at Best Buy I watched 2 elderly ladies get in a fist fight over a Nintendo DS. That and the cleaning the aftermath of Black Friday looked like a grocery store before a hurricane. Man, I used to love working Best Buy Black Friday. I'd work 14-hour shifts, usually getting overtime on the whole time so time would fly. I actually hated 12/4 because it was completely dead and those hours dragged on. I used to work at Walmart during the late 90s. I worked overnights unloading trucks, and back then the store I worked at didn't have mechanized lifts to get stuff up into the bins in the back, so stock reserved for the Blitz sale was all thrown up there by hand. Anyways, 3 hours to go we had to get 3 pallets worth of 19-inch Symphonic CRT TVS down. My co-worker, Alan, didn't want to throw them down one at a time, so he pushed a pallet of Pampers down first, followed by all 3 pallets of TVS. Over the next few days several of those TVS came back as returns. I try to think that they were crap, but also wonder how many were damaged during the fall. I would trust that TV as much as a Sony or Panasonic. IT sounds like a cheap knockoff. About 15 years ago, I was working at a bookstore in a mall. Somehow, around 5 p.m. maybe, I found myself the only employee in the entire store. Not a single co-worker to be found, and we were slammed with customers. We usually had music playing in the store, controlled by an ordinary 5-CD stereo in the back office, and of course this is the day the inoffensive holiday music gets brought into circulation. Around the time I found myself alone, I noticed the stereo had become stuck on repeat, just playing the same song over and over. It was at least an hour before I was able to get away from the counter, and so that was the day I was forced to listen to some kind of generic a very jazzy Jingleballs some 30 times back to back. With one it's not unusual. I was working at a gourmet stop in 2010 on Black Friday. Saw a kid pull a plastic knife from the food court on another kid. I almost passed out laughing. Guy tried to steal a Bluetooth speaker this Black Friday at Best Buy. After we caught him and called the cops, he was searched. The cops ended up discovering 3 items he was hiding. 1. Loaded gun. He did not have a concealed carry permit, nor was it a registered weapon. 2. Bag of black tar H. 3. JBL Flip 3 speaker. This man will now be serving hard time because he wanted an $80 speaker. Nice. This is why you're only supposed to do 1 crime at a time. Just today I sold a couch to a guy who drove a Prius with no roof rack. We do not deliver and he wouldn't leave until we found a way to get this thing secured to his car somehow. Not only had he clearly not planned ahead or thought it through, He was a total jerk about it and insisted on making it our problem. We ended up using half a spool of twine to tie this thing down, and he had to climb in through the window because the twine went through his doors. I really wish I had that picture. At one point he complained to our GM, who had no idea what we were supposed to have done to appease this moron. Finally, we insisted that he sign a waiver before leaving because we were not about to be held responsible for his own stupidity. Of course, this was also during the busiest part of the day. I don't mind helping load or tie down for customers, but this guy took the cake. Man, my furniture store only offered curbside assistance and not allowed to lift or maneuver a product into somebody's vehicle. Lifesaver. Worked greets at American Eagle today. My job was to stand at the front and tell you what the sale was. Some lady walked in with like 8 bags and the alarm went off. So I smiled and said that it went off most likely because there's possibly still a tag on one of her items. This was her response. I just walked in and you're already accusing me of stealing, and then stormed off. Nothing special honestly. Just another day of retail. Yep, small Canadian town life. Sounds like she probably was stealing. I worked at a big box store last year. I was in charge of answering the phone. Only, our cordless handsets were broken, so I literally could not leave the fitting room counter because that's where the landline was plugged in. So of course it was super busy, and I'd find out right away that if I parked a call and walked the proper department to take the call, that call would not be taken because all the other employees were too busy assisting customers who were in the store. Even if I asked a question about item availability over the walkie, nobody answered because they were too dang busy. Yes, our store had little scanner devices that we could use to check on item availability, but not a single dang member of management of that store thought to reserve one for the telephone operator. After asking for one over the walkie 3 times and receiving no response, I gave up. The end result of this was that customers were called to see if we had an item in stock, and I would have to tell them that. To be honest, I had no idea. As you can imagine, the customers did not like this at all. One of the managers installed new cordless handsets about an hour before my shift ended, but the 8 hours prior had been absolute heck. Oh, and a few days later, I got pulled aside by a supervisor who hasn't even been in the store during my shift that day. She said that apparently I wasn't my usual cheery self on Black Friday, and that I had told a customer over the phone that I didn't know if we had an item in stock. The customer had actually called back and complained. It took everything I had not to go off on her, and the only reason I didn't was because she wasn't there during my shift and none of it was her fault. But to the other members of management, of freaking course I told that person I didn't know if his item was in stock. I had literally no freaking way of knowing. You did not give me any of the tools I needed to do my freaking job, and you ignored me when I asked for them. And then you wanna coach me on my customer service? Oh heck number. That's on you, suckers. I am so glad I no longer work there. Sounds like the operators at my target, except our management makes sure they get a scanner and has someone to check things manually if needed. About 6 years ago I was working at a mall bookstores cafe. I had the opening shift, which, thankfully because it was in a mall, was 8 AM to 2 PM. Unfortunately, the late shift person called in sick, so I had 2 hours off before a 4 PM close shift. While that sucks, it wasn't the worst part of the day. I actually had a customer who was stalking me and spent the entire day sitting in the cafe reading a book and occasionally coming up to order something new. Anytime I wasn't behind the counter or in the back room, he followed me around, including during my 2-hour shift gap. I didn't dare go to my car on my break, because I didn't want him knowing what it looked like, and my manager didn't want to call security on him if he didn't actually approach me. The worst Black Friday ever. Luckily, 2 weeks later he did approach me while I was working and asked if he could clip my fingernails as a keepsake. That was enough to get him banned from not only the store, but also the mall. My manager also made sure someone walked me to my car for the next few months, so it was all good. Man, I hope that manager learned that maybe kinda annoying one customer is preferable to having a super uncomfortable and scared employee. Not retail, but I worked at a restaurant that is right across the street from the mall, and open Black Friday, so naturally after people get great deals on whatever they come in. Anyway, I'm sitting in back of the house Black Friday morning, waiting for my inevitably long shift to start. awfully busy as it was, but I wasn't about to clock in early. I was BCing with one of the managers when I heard a hostess scream through the walkie, "Help, help." So I immediately rushed to the entrance to see two grown men on the ground fighting. One in nothing but his underwear, and my shift leg trying to pull them off each other while screaming, "Fricking stop. This is a family restaurant, there are children here." I jolted forward in an attempt to break up the fight. This is where it gets weird. Everyone
Walker
around this small area watching or trying to help when someone grabbed a fire extinguisher and started spraying us with it, so we have a bunch of people trying to break up a fight between a man in his underwear and some other dude, and someone spraying us with a fire extinguisher while we have Christmas carols playing in the background. Finally we get the fight broken up. Cops show up. The whole 9 yards. Turns out the guy got the last TV voucher or whatever with a Best Buy, and the other guy got me and followed him over to try to buy the TV from him. The one who got the TV told him to frick off, so this guy took off his pants and they got into a fight. Guy 1 got the last TV voucher from Best Buy, and guy 2 was very angry about that. So he followed him over to the restaurant to try and buy the TV from him. Guy 1 told guy 2 to frick off, so guy 2 took off his pants and started to fight guy 1. I work at a gas station, so I'm somewhat immune to Black Fridays. The worst we got this morning was cars lined up to get gas. On the other hand, we had a few Walmart workers come in, and they looked like they just came back from the war. But both of them had ladies ram their carts into their legs to get at the merch. The guy said it was just a flurry of shredded plastic and hands when they kicked off the sales. Nobody got a full break, and the catered food was cold and well picked over by the time they could break. A car had sideswiped another car, damaging the paint pretty bad, and tried to drive off. On top of all, they're not getting time and a half for working Thursday night into Friday morning, cause it's not technically a holiday anymore. At least he got a homemade cupcake. I brought in cupcakes for the ladies working Thanksgiving at my job. Walmart never gives time and a half for working holidays. They used to add an hour of pay per hour work so overtime doesn't turn into triple time, but now they are just giving DTO instead. I've worked quite a few Black Fridays, but the worst had to be Radio Shack. It was my first day, and I had no training. All I can do is point and move to nothing and not ask any questions. Radio Shack, you have questions. We have blank stares. My first Black Friday was gross. We were relatively calm, and then suddenly a lady bursts into the store with a card from Target and heads to our bathroom. I shrug it off. A few minutes later a customer asks where the bathroom is and I point her to it. She comes back seconds later saying that someone used the bathroom on the floor. It was my first job and my first Black Friday, so I called the manager. My manager was in a rush out. Apparently the lady who first rushed in took a crap but missed. Instead of it, she did it next to the toilet bowl. My manager ended up having to clean it up. Thank God for not being certified in bodily fluid cleanup. I went outside the bathroom and saw car tracks of poo making a little path through the store. I have no clue how it got on the wheel. I mopped it up, and later in the day I found another poo spot by almost under one of the couches. I have no clue how that happened. It was disgusting. Surprisingly, I was still able to eat after that, but my manager couldn't. We haven't had anything like that happen again, and instead of Black Friday, it was known as Brown Friday. I work at a kid's store where almost everything was half off today, but the thing is I normally help moms and grandparents at the register, so I don't see Best Buy style murder over televisions. I get old ladies yelling at my co-workers over the price of smiley face pillows, and women bringing in hundreds of dollars worth of clothing and kiddie makeup they bought weeks before at full price, just to buy it all back right away at sale price after the return's over. A grandpa shouted "This is bulls" at me because I told him we were out of bathrobes. Good times. I also worked at Best Buy, 2001. I won't name location, but this day was one of the worst jobs I've ever had. 6 a.m. Mall store. People were climbing the gates, literally. They opened the gates and a massive flood of people ran from front to back. Some ran past me, spun around and screamed a question at me that darted off again. Management told us that
No!
We do that near $1 million in business in one day. And therefore, it really didn't matter how we treated people. Sell service plans, sell accessories. The cash flow and revenues will be there. Make our numbers look good. Paraphrasing. One woman punched another and took the last of some digital camera to the front of the store. My tall, lanky friend reached between two people arguing over the last hard drive, took off from them, and handed it to some other guy and told them, if you're going to act like children, I'll treat you as such. I got moved up front to work crowd control. They had lined up a bunch of big screen TVs to channel people down the media aisles, CDs, DVDs, which those lines went all the way down those aisles, and then all the way back around the outside. I had customers tell me they were glad I was there, because they were going to knock out the guy that was there before me. I'm pretty sure 1-2 of those TVs were tipped over as well. In total, an absolute crap show that I do not wish upon anybody. I refuse to G-shopping on Black Friday now. I love your tall, lanky friend. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video.
I'm gonna destroy one of them walkers one of these days, bro.
Hey pizza delivery people, what is your worst delivery story? 1. Got offered a BJ by a dude. 2. Chubby woman offered to show me her teeth for cash back. 3. Arrived at a home to deliver a pizza and nobody is opening the door. I wait for about 2 minutes and I'm getting ready to leave. 2 cop cars pull up to the door and both policemen proceed to put on gloves and one goes to his truck and pulls out a shotgun. One of them walks up to me and says there won't be any deliveries today. That cop definitely had that line prepped for years before he finally got to use it. I was working for Pizza Hut and I got to a house right as a Domino's delivery driver got there. We waited together at the door for a while as the customer got her money. She ordered pizza from 2 places at the same time. It was very awkward. Fight to the death. I posted earlier, but this is a good weird different story too. I had a delivery where this dude had 2 dogs. It was hot out and I had both my windows open. Well, I went to go back to my car and both of his dogs had jumped into my car and one was in the back seat and the other was in the front. Both ready to go. I opened my door and they would not leave. I had to drag 2 fully grown big dogs out of my car. He told me that they wanted to go to the lake. To top it off, he tipped me pretty crappy and didn't even help me get the dogs out and the dogs scratched my car. God, I'm so glad I don't do that job anymore. This sounds like a good place to share this experience. So I live in a small town. Pretty innocent here. I was on a regular delivery to what was a fairly normal part of the housing in town. As I was arriving, I noticed a man on the sidewalk hunched over and I thought to myself, man, he's drunk already and it's just past 4. Just a few houses down from where I parked and made my way to the address. As I was walking up, a few cop cars flew by me towards that man, and I proceeded to knock while still looking at the cars. When I turned my head, oh so slowly, there was a smear of blood. I scanned the door and farther down there was blood, everywhere, pulling down the steps and making a trail to that hunched over man. Immediately after a woman in and subspeeds by yelling, "Get the frick out of there," so I dropped the bag and just booked it down the street. Later on, after talking to those officers, more arriving too. Turns out the dude had knocked on the door not even moments before I arrived and the man in arms had just stabbed him and ran. That ruined my day for sure. TLDR. Arrived to a stabbing scene moments after it happened, almost becoming the victim. I'm no pizza delivery driver, but I used to deliver Chinese food for a takeaway in a pretty rough neighborhood. One delivery was to a block of flats. As I pulled up, I spotted a guy sat on the steps leading to the entrance. He was pawing feverishly at his crotch. Weird, I thought, as I got out and grabbed the food box. As I got closer, I saw that he had pulled his pants down round his thighs. Great, I think. Another drunk weirdo. Then, as I'm slowly walking closer, he pulls out a spoon and a lighter, dumps something into the spoon and pulls the flame under the spoon. I'm trying not to stare as he pulls out a syringe and loads it. I'm stood at the door waiting to be buzzed in, and see this guy out of the corner of my eye lift up his dong, and stick the needle into his balls, completely oblivious to my presence. I'm buzzed in, deliver the food, and on my way out I see the guy stood in the street shouting at a bush. What the frick? TL. DR smack. Not even once. I used to work for Pizza Hut when I was in high school, and one day one of the delivery drivers didn't returned from a delivery. After 30 minutes, the manager tried calling him, with no response. He tried again about 15 minutes later and the police officer answered the phone to explain what had just happened. Apparently the driver showed up to deliver the pizza, and the guy that answered the door was drunk and violent and ended up throwing the pizza in the driver's face. I think he said the order was wrong or something. The driver had piped a hot pizza sauce thrown in his eyes and then he fell down the stairs, breaking his arm. Could have been that guy's worst delivery ever. Had the job for him, and piping hot pizza sauce thrown in his eyes and then he fell down the stairs, breaking his arm. Could have been that guy's worst delivery ever. Had the job for a week, but still got a gun pulled on me. Sort of. Went out to a house and this guy opens the door and invites me in. He goes to get the money and I am standing around waiting when he comes back with a pistol and points it at me. I have no clue what to do and I can't remember what I said if anything, but his face became very worried. Apparently he just got the gun and was very proud of it. He just wanted to show it to me. He put it away, paid me and gave me a poor tip. I got back in my car and was shaking. My parents didn't believe that story either when I told it to them later that night. SAP accidentally robs pizza delivery guy when he just wanted to show off his new gun. I used to work at the CSE, Customer Service Center, for Pizza Hut in the Kansas City metropolitan area. I would take orders for the whole city when someone would call 648-8888. Everything in the computer system was pulled up by telephone number. I received a sad call one day. The person had called in to make an order. There were notes everywhere. Only management high-ups could put in notes like this about that whatever their order was. It was 100% free and to notify the on-staff manager that you had placed the order. Further into the notes I read it was because it was the family of a delivery driver that had been murdered while delivering pizzas. I do have respect for the company, though, for making a gesture to a family like that. I have a couple, but I'll tell you of the time I set the firehouse on fire. The pizza shop I delivered for sold a 36-inch party pizza. The thing was massive, incredibly hard to get out of the oven, and the toppings would slide everywhere upon delivery. Anyhow, one afternoon we get an order in from the local fire station for one of our party pizzas. Awesome. Sounds like a good tipping delivery. I carry the giant pizza in through the firehouse into their lunchroom kitchen. I look around to set the pizza down, but alas, there is no room. Empty pizza boxes are everywhere. One fireman who saw my predicament bustled over to clear room for the new pizza, setting the empty boxes in a pile on the stove. I begin to count out change for a $50 when a burning smell begins to fill the room. Then the smoke came. Then the flames. Apparently someone had just used the stove and the burners were still hot enough to light 20 plus greasy pizza boxes on fire. We probably watched the fire for upwards of 30 seconds before someone piped up. Our guys knew we had an extinguisher in the kitchen. They ran out to find one. The whole building was ringing. People were running to the truck to get ready to go out on a call. It was pandemonium for about 2 minutes. The fire gets put out. They tell me to keep the change from the $50 and they asked me not to write about this for our local newspaper. I delivered pizzas for way too long, but the money is good and it's a pretty chill job, so why not? And this was my worst experience because it was the scariest. I get to a house, man answers door. Regular looking kind of guy, white middle-aged co-loader. He asks me to come inside and put everything, big order, lots of sides and drinks on the kitchen table. Sure, I think twice about it. I go inside and just as I get about 3 steps past him at the door, I hear him slam behind me and he says in a nice in your spine kind of voice, "You aren't going anywhere." I freeze and feel like I am gonna throw up my adrenal gland. He is talking to his cat. He is totally nice and tips me like $8 and says stay safe out there as I'm leaving. I got a block away and burst into tears. The next morning was the most beautiful of my whole life, so far. LOL sounds like something that I'd do, though I'd apologize profusely when I realized that my warning to the cat had scared you. I work in a big college town, and during last Oktoberfest some drunk college frat boys flipped my car while I was at someone's door. A few incidents spring to mind. The bastards that place their sprinklers in such a way that you can't get to the front door without getting wet, then leave them on when they order. Crappy people who dump an armful of coins on you, unsorted, and then get offended when you count it before leaving. lesbian washed shanky woman who used her bra as a purse. Hang on, love. I've got the coins in here somewhere. Then warm coins hit your hand shudder, and finally, naked people. Honestly, it takes 20 minutes for a delivery. It's a small town. Surely you can't wait that long to sex fan. But then you also get attached to the nice regulars. I was sad when 1X family size deal delivered to a house later became 2 separate orders, 1X large deal to the house and 1X small deal to the local motel. That last part took me a moment to figure out. That is sad. I was a pizza delivery driver for all of 3 days. The guy that hired me apparently had no authority to hire people. He just wanted to get some help for the shop while the manager was out of town. When the manager returned, he basically asked me who I was, what I was doing there, then fired me. Anyways, my first delivery was to a
Ooh, that's a big boy.
100 pizzas. I drove an Acura Integra at the time, and it was filled to the gills with pizza as I made my way up there. Dropped off the pizzas, accepted payment, wished a good day, 0 tip, 100 pizzas and not even a nickel for a tip. This isn't necessarily the worst, but it is the most interesting. It was almost like a scene from an 80s college movie. The food part was normal, just a couple of larges. I roll up to the house to which a party is happening inside, and there is a guy passed out and duct taped from ankle to chest to a lawn chair in the front yard. I ring the doorbell and this 17, 19-year-old answers. He completely forgot they ordered pizza and tells me to get the money from the guy in the lawn chair. So I go up to the guy and I can't wake him up, so I go back to the guy in the house then, with a frustrated attitude, grabs a flute and blasts it in the lawn chair guy's ear. After some mumbling, the flute guy goes back inside and the lawn chair guy grabs money from his pocket with his one free hand and hands me a wad of bills covered in what I really hope is wet silly putty and says keep the change. I didn't count it then because I wanted to GTFO. When I counted it back at the restaurant, I ended up getting a $43 tip on a $31 bill. Worth it. TL. DR. Guy duct tapped to a lawn chair gets woken up by a flute and hands me wet and slimy money. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure that guy was a Snorlax. Not a pizza delivery driver, but I did make deliveries for a toasted sub shop called Cheap Hut. Their whole deal is that everything about the place is based off of marijuana. Sub sizes were nug, pinner, and blunt. All the sandwiches were named after strands of weed. You get the idea. Since I worked there, everyone assumed that I was a gigantic pothead too. I'm actually just a guy that doesn't smoke and needed a part-time job to pay for school. I saw everything you can think of while making deliveries. People that didn't have any money for food but wanted to pay with weed. People that had money for food but wanted to tip me with weed. I do freelancing tattoos and I can't accept cash payments legally where I'm from since I don't have a license, but I can accept payments via gifts. I've got quite an array of items, like a couple Nintendo DS's, a PSP, pot, a case of beer. That tattoo was more of an edit to a previous tattoo. And of course, when I'm not seeing any women, I accept the occasional sexual favor. Driving to delivery address, clipped the curb on a S-bend. Flipped the car, the giant phone on the roof stopped it from rolling. Fireman ate all the pizza. Edit, I'm from Aussie. It's spelled curb here, especially in engineering circles. Look it up. Not me, but a buddy went on his delivery. After ringing the doorbell a few times, they finally answered and invited him in. They led him into the living room where a movie was playing on the wall by way of projection. They went into the next room to grab the cash. As they did, my friend looked over towards the movie playing and realized it was P. After further investigation, he realized the two people in the movie fricking were his customers. They came back and tried to rope him into a threesome. Not me, but a buddy went on his delivery. After ringing the doorbell a few times, they finally answered and invited him in. I've seen enough bad pornos to guess what happens next. More sad than anything, I delivered to a house on a Thursday night, and the girl who answered was probably about 19 or 20. She was also completely drunk fucked. She looked like she hadn't showered for about a year. Smelled like it too. Her eyes were really sunken and baggy, like she hadn't slept in a week. Her skin looked greasy from sweat, and she had track marks on her arm. She was just a whole big ball of unattractiveness because she was so stoned. The next night, I got another delivery to the same house. The same girl answered, but this time she wasn't stoned. She'd had a shower, I'm guessing a decent night's sleep, and she'd put on a little bit of makeup, just the typical everyday amount for girls. She was freaking gorgeous, one of the best looking women I've ever seen. Try and imagine the difference between Keith Richard now and Keith Richard when he was young. Like that, but a female and the defense was one day. It was very depressing to see how being hooked on drugs can do that to someone, especially that young. You do see some depressing crap on deliveries sometimes. I remember we had this one regular lady who looked like she had been beat on pretty badly pretty regularly. The bruises would disappear for a little while and then be right back a week later. I always tried to be extra friendly towards her for that. She was real nice too. Had a cute dog. This was just over 15 years ago. Had just left the pizza shop with 3 deliveries. Turned onto the highway. Probably not even 5 minutes later, some crazy frickin' boxer shorts runs in front of the car. I am doing at least 80 kilometers per hour. Bang cleaned him up. He hit the window right in front of me, which cracked everywhere and pushed it about an inch towards me and rolled over the top of the car. I don't even remember pulling over. Just in too much shock. Not long after, the police turn up and start doing what they have to do. Which of course means they rang my boss. I didn't have a mobile phone at this stage. My boss turned up, scowled at me and grabbed the pizzas out the back of the car to deliver them. This is at least 40 minutes after I left the shop by now. I went home a few hours later when the police were finished and pretty much collapsed as soon as I got in the door. Luckily my girlfriend was home early from work and helped me to bed. Anyway, the poor bugger I hit copped a lot of broken bones and was in hospital for a long time. He had just fought with his partner and tried to kill himself by running into traffic. It took me a few days to get the skin cleaned off the roof and bonnet. It was stuck on like paint. It also took 2 weeks to get the car fully panel beaten and the front bumper, light and windscreen replaced. I was found to not be at fault while I was still at the scene of the accident, not that I felt any better about it. The next morning I quit. I was still shaken up and my boss rang me telling me I should have to pay for the late pizzas as he had to credit the customers. Freaking prick.
No!
Claimed any money off
No!
over. It cost me a lot to fix the car and it never felt the same again driving it. My first car, it didn't feel right to sue him over it. He was in hospital for over 4 months. To me he had been through enough. TL. DR. No, I didn't reimburse my butthole boss for the pizzas. Whoa, your ex-boss was a stone-cold douchebag. There was one time that I delivered to this older man in an apartment complex. He invited me in and told me that his money was on his kitchen counter. He was seated on a recliner and let me know that it was hard for him to move much. I told him that was okay and set the pizza down on his coffee table. I then took the money from the counter and noticed there was $20 more than necessary. I tried to hand him the extra and he told me to keep it, then asked if I could stay for a minute. Awkwardly, I asked him what he needed and he said, just to talk. He then proceeded to tell me about how he hadn't talked to his only son in 10 years. I listened and tried to tell him maybe he should just call his son up. See how he was, and he very rudely asked me what the heck do I know about anything. I moved to leave and he suddenly blurted, and I had Lyme disease, and then laughed as though he were kidding and were just making a joke about how his life sucked, and on top of it all, he had a debilitating disease. I wasn't sure what to do, so I awkwardly chuckled. He yelled at me, told me it was a serious disease and told me to get out of his house. I quickly obliged him, tucking my well-earned 20 into my pocket. The next week, he called again. I let the new guy take it. TL. DR. A man gives me $20 and tells me he has Lyme disease and to get the frick out of his house. This did not happen to me, but when I started working at Pizza Hut, one of my co-workers who was a dishwasher gave me an interesting suggestion. Go to Walmart and buy one of those 12-gauge flare guns. You know, the kind they put in boats for emergencies. Keep that bad boy under the driver's seat. I asked him why and he proceeded to explain that 6 years prior, he was working for Pizza Hut in Chicago as a delivery driver. Right before closing time, they got an order for delivery in a neighborhood that they usually refuse to deliver to after dark, due to prior muggings. However, he said that he was broke and needed the cash, so he agreed to deliver for a $10 tip. On the way there, he stopped at a stoplight and someone broke his driver's side window with a brick. The man demanded his cash envelope and my co-worker explained that he had to reach down and get it. He instead retrieved the flare gun that he had bought after he had been mugged 2 months prior. As he brandished it, the guy took a few steps away from the vehicle and my co-worker fired the flare gun into his chest. The would-be burglar was wearing a nylon windbreaker and it lit it on fire immediately. The police arrived soon after and took the burned man to the hospital and eventually jail. The strangest part was, he said that a few years later, he was driving through that neighborhood and saw the same guy with his shirt off, and he had a large, nasty scar where he had been shot with the flare. A TLDR. Don't fret with Pizza Hut delivery drivers. Thug life. When I was about 20, I used to live in a bad part of town in an apartment. Neighbor was a pimp, using underage girls. Other neighbor was a welfare fraud, only keeping the place for the checks. Living with his girlfriend in another house. It was the kind of place where you looked through the peephole before answering the door and always looked over your shoulder before entering the house. One night, the doorbell rings and I answer the intercom to a Chinese man, saying he was delivering an order. I didn't order anything, but let him come up to see if there was a mistake. We had all kinds of calls, especially girls from my pimp neighbor who would just press all buttons until someone opened the door. The guy had his hands full, several plastic bags in each hand, and I explained that we had not ordered anything. He must have had the wrong building. No biggie. He went back downstairs and out the building. I closed the door and almost instantly heard screaming. We looked out the window and saw some men beating someone up that seemed to be the Chinese guy. I told my GF to call the police and ran downstairs with the first thing I could find. I think it was a walking cane. As I ran out the door, some 16, 17-year-old thugs saw me bursting out the door and decided to make a run for it. Unfortunately, the delivery guy ran away also. So I went after the delivery guy, who roughly ran in the same direction as the thugs, but still holding onto his Chinese food like a boss. Suddenly, I realized the street lights were out and I was running after some criminals with nothing more than a stick, so I returned. Meanwhile, the police had shown up and within half an hour they located the thugs and the Chinese guy in 2 different locations. Even though I was a witness, had called the police and was walking around barefoot with nothing more than a cane and some pants, the police wouldn't take my statement. Thugs got 3 months detention and decided to hang out more in my building. But the Chinese guy was forever grateful, even came by my house later to thank me. TLDR. Saved the Chinese man barefoot, bare-chested, but with a walking cane. I scared the heck out of a pizza delivery guy about 12 years ago. My wife and I were going to a costume party that night, so I was dressed up like an inbred in these weird shorts, a sideways baseball cap, and those Billy Bob teeth that make you look a little like a Neanderthal. It was supposed to be a funny costume, but if you